Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
I'm a fan of classic movies.
Hello and welcome to Overlapping Dialogue, a podcast of audio commentaries dedicated to discussing cinema that fascinates us in a way we hope fascinates you. We're your co-hosts, Kyle and Levi Huffman. I'm Kyle.
And I'm Levi.
And here we are now in the dawning days, weeks, moments of 2022. Mm-hmm. You may have noticed we skipped last week. We were just tired and kind of burnt out from our vacations we were on.
Yeah, right.
Before, we just started a whole new semester of school, of teaching, that is. So we apologize for not being there last week, but we're back, readier than ever. Better than ever? Well, we'll see. We'll leave that up to you. New year, new us. Any resolutions in any way as we head into 2022?
Well, just to read the Bible, I don't know, more often.
That's a good resolution.
I think that's the most important one. But
yeah,
anyway, not really. Just
any New Year's revolutions?
Any Matrix revolutions?
No, we're done with all that.
Any Matrix resurrections?
Yeah. Not to sound like real old, but it is just weird. I don't know, anytime it's a new year and you have to start writing the new year down, it is a lot of just retraining of your brain, just like, oh, yeah, we're in this phase now. You know? And,
there was a joke, I think, in the New Yorker I saw somewhere recently. It was like these two cavemen, and they were like, I keep writing the Iron Age or something, like, or whatever it was. It's like, I keep accidentally writing, like it,
Yeah.
That was probably the funniest of those I've seen in a while, but anyway.
Yeah.
Hope y'all laughed.
So we got a lot of stuff to talk about today.
Speaking of they all laughed, we'll get to that later.
Yeah, but our film for today is 1985's Into the Night, directed by John Landis.
Now, we are recording this in the morning of a Saturday.
So we are indeed frauds.
Saturday morning cartoons. But so we're not into the night per se.
But maybe you're listening to this in the nighttime.
Into the night.
Or maybe you're listening to it like 3 p.m. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Whatever floats your boat. Yeah. But Into the Night from 1985, directed by John Landis, starring Jeff Goldblum, Michelle Pfeiffer,
and everyone else.
And cameoed by everyone else, including, there's a lot of cameos in this movie. We're going to talk about it. But the one I always randomly remember is David Cronenberg as his boss. Yeah. And he's like real annoyed at him for keep falling asleep in the meetings or whatever.
The one I think a lot about randomly is Jonathan Demme at the end of the movie with the glasses on, and he's like pointing the snub nose. Like,
I also really think of Jim Henson.
Yeah.
He plays I don't know if he's like a pimp or a club owner or something very non-Jim Henson.
Yeah. And Carl Perkins, of course, I think a lot about. He has a little bit more of a role in the movie, though, than some of these other people. But anyway, we're not there yet.
But before we even get into the Blue Plate special, Levi wanted to briefly stop and talk about a film
we already
near and dear to our hearts, Valkyrie, which we talked about. We probably talked about longer on the historical filmmaking podcast than we're going to here.
Yes.
So go back, refer to that, listen to that. Yeah. But you recently have been kind of doing some things in your middle school, 7th grade English classrooms relating to the World War II era.
Yeah, right.
And so you like to show some films during lunch, I think, right?
Yes.
And you've talked about this before in the past. You recently showed them Valkyrie from 2008, directed by Bryan Singer.
Yeah.
Former Wonderkin.
I guess.
Not really. what was your impulse to show that movie?
Well,
You showed them Dunkirk recently
Yes.
too, right? As far as World War II.
Yeah, so
a
I've
great
done,
World War II.
Yeah,
movie.
I've done that, and I've done the movie we're gonna do next week. Spoiler.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll actually be watching that pretty soon after having just watched it. Not
Yeah.
that I care.
Yeah.
But because it's one of the best movies ever made, so whatever. But I don't know. I felt like it's like a perfect middle school movie, you know. So, and a lot of my kids are probably listening to this. So, hello. I hope so. I've been kind of promoting the podcast to them because I don't.
I may have
anywhere
some new
else to-
students myself. I've just got.
Yeah.
I haven't even really brought up that I've got a podcast, but
Yeah.
who knows? They
Well,
might
I
find it.
didn't for a long time, and then it kind of just.
My older class.
I was
knew.
sitting. I think we were sitting watching the movie for next week. And for those who are listening that have been listening, you already know what the movie is. But we were watching it, and I was just kind of, saying some stuff about it. And I was like, "Oh, did I ever tell y'all I got a podcast?" And
Yeah.
they were like, it just kind of came out, and then I was like, "Oh, well, I guess I have to talk about it now." But anyway, so there may be some of y'all listening. I hope so that were in that class and saw this. They wanted to know. Well, and we'll get to that in a minute. I told them, that you were going to say why you thought it was funny that we were watching it, and we can talk about why that is.
You
but-
say it's kind of like the perfect middle school
Yeah,
movie.
right.
I mean, it came out in 2008. I would have literally been like a sophomore in school at the time. And so
I would have just
it's
been
not
going into middle
It's
school.
not exactly middle school for
Yeah.
me, but that totally sums up what it is because that whole movie, I remember from Bryan Singer's perspective when it was being made and around that time, it was like him coming off of these, a whole decade's worth of superhero films, whether it be the X-Men movies or Superman Returns. And it's what's hilarious about the movie is it is this very clear attempt to be, quote, prestige-y, to be, quote, important, about like something that I think most people probably didn't know about, which was these, failed assassination attempts of Hitler and the kind of the upper echelons of the Third Reich during World War II. And it's just kind of just and I really love Tom Cruise a lot. There's, we've not formally done a Tom Cruise movie on here yet, have we?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so. We have a few that we have in mind maybe in the future. But that was at a particular moment where I remember I put that movie in Lines for Lambs, which is a little better than Valkyrie, but also kind of laughable. That just these very forgettable, like, prestige-y sort of movies. And Robert Redford directed and was in Lines for Lambs. And Tom Cruise was in that as a senator, I think. But it's just a very, like, it looks superficially like it's trying to be important or interesting, but ultimately is pretty paint by numbers, pretty, like, whatever. And a movie that I frankly don't think all that much about, but then you prompt me to think more about it, which I think is kind of hilarious.
Well, and it was at that era where it was like this. It caught me at exactly the moment that it should catch all viewers, which is adolescence.
Yeah.
And you think it's the biggest, most important thing ever. I mean, and the kids caught on. It is the most overdramatic thing ever made. I mean, literally, it is laughable how dramatic it is. Like,
it's got a lot of great actors,
and that's the problem too. Is like, I think it is so fascinating that there has been a movie that is made with so much specific detail about all the different Nazi generals, and like they all have this part to play, and it's all very specific about like who these people are and what their place in the government is. And it's hard to wrap your mind around a little bit. Even as I would be interested to talk to my kids. I didn't get to talk to this about them if they even understood parts of what the plot was that they had to take control of the reserve army of the Nazis so that when Hitler was dead, they could blame the whole thing on the SS, and that could basically sideline the biggest organ of the Nazi party, and therefore be able to take over Germany and negotiate. And I want to come back in a little bit to some of the historical inaccuracies about the movie. One that is massively glaring that I was looking into last night. But overall, the movie's actually very set about everything that happened. And part of that is because the Nazis did such a thorough investigation of everything that happened, so there's a lot of information that's out there about the whole thing.
That was, I don't know if they're, quote, best quality, but they were very extensive record keepers of things.
Which
and
is
as we know why the Holocaust
which is
like
why
so
people would
documented.
deny that is just mind-boggling to me because there's so much evidence.
Which is what's, in many ways, yet another shocking and unfathomable aspect of the Holocaust is not only the pride with what they were doing, they were doing, but also the confidence that, very likely one day, if they had won in the alternate horrific reality had that happened, that they would have created their own Holocaust museums, but they would have instead been celebrations of look what we have accomplished and look what we have done, as opposed to what the alternative is now in the reality we live in. But.
Right. But anyway, we're kind of running all over the place on this, but to just laugh, I mean, because it's like all this very dark stuff, but the movie just makes you laugh half the time because it's so...
Only I can initiate Valkyrie.
Only I can initiate Valkyrie. I was wanting to say that out loud and laugh in the moment, but I was just like, whatever, and just let it happen. Let the kids really take it in, soak it up,
Yeah.
But, no, I mean, I guess if I had to think about the people who win the movie are probably Bill Nye.
Yeah. Not the science
No,
guy.
and I've told him I'm like the other Bill Nye.
Yeah.
And Wilkinson, probably.
Yeah.
And then the guy that plays General Keitel, Field Marshal Keitel, who was one of the main kind of military strategists of the war. He's comes in and out of the movie and is always just like real mean to everybody, and he's that guy, if you remember when they call the Wolf's Lair and there's that shot of his eye real close and he's like, I don't know what you mean. That guy was like, and so some of those people that are really like make this big presence of themselves in the movie, it's interesting. But yeah, so it just really is that kind of movie that its tone is so obtuse. And it's a shame because, like I said, it not only has a great cast, but it also has a lot of very specific detail that you don't get with other movies like that.
Yeah, well, and most American movies that are made about World War II, even when they have German characters, they're not like ultimately stories about Germany.
Right.
They're like all in service of a British or American perspectives.
Yeah, right.
That is a movie that is an American film, but is about within the Nazi hierarchy or regime.
Because there's basically almost no one in that movie who is first of all, not German. Just pretty much nobody in the movie is not supposed to be German anyway. And B, that all of them are like officers in of some sort in the German military, machine. I mean, there's stuff with the kid, and that's another thing. I think one of the biggest random problems with the movie is the romantic aspect of like his family.
Tom
It's
Cruise,
like that literally means nothing to the movie.
I don't even
at
really
all.
remember any of
exactly.
that, yeah.
It's nothing. Like
it's just so stock.
it's literally that's the most stock thing about the movie by far. It's interesting how bad it is. I mean, it's just kind of whatever. I didn't even talk about that with the kids because I was just like, it was so nothing. I was just like, I feel like that speaks for itself. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, and what's interesting too is that that the movie has very little what I guess you would call gunplay in it. There's one shootout towards the end of the movie, which the kids laughed at because the gunshot sounded so weird. And I explained, well, this was an era in digital photography where this stuff started. Because I'm assuming that movie was shot in digital. I'm pretty sure. I would think.
I'm not sure.
But anyway, that guns sounded like that in movies for a little while. That they didn't sound real.
Well, I wonder if. Well, I know it was something like Public Enemies, which was made in 2009, which would have been like right after that. Michael Mann specifically wanted a lot of the sound in that movie to be, realistic to the guns of the 30s. You know what I mean? And so I don't really remember frankly the sound.
I mean,
design
it's
of
literally
Valkyrie,
barely anything.
But
but anyway, I don't, and I'm not certain that was shot in digital, but I'm pretty sure. I mean, it looks good enough for it being that. And it might even be on film. I don't remember.
Yeah.
But there was a certain time period where movies like that, their sound design sounded like that.
When do the events of Valkyrie mostly take place? It's been like
July of 44.
Okay.
Yeah, because there's the most over-the-top scene in the whole movie is the scene where they go to Berchtesgaden, the Hitler's estate, and he has to physically sign the Valkyrie documents. Mm-hmm. And it's like, he's there, Himmler's there, Goebbels is there, Goring's there. It's like all of them are there, and they're all sitting. And it's like the music is so
intense.
Oh my God, Hitler is in the room.
Yeah,
it's just like okay, and that they're and he's like, Will Smith's like, the Valkyrie, like, and he's like talking about, he's like, you're Wagner Colonel, and it's like a whole really big, it's so bad. I mean, it's just
I
like,
don't remember this scene.
We'll watch it later
Yeah.
and you'll laugh. I mean, you'll remember it, but like, and one thing is kind of a side quill,
Yeah.
if you will, the conversation, that I forgot that how much Wilkinson as General Fromm in the movie did actually, I mean, this is a pretty big part of the movie, but I always forget it, that he actually is kind of, his place in the movie is very interesting, where he's kind of against them, but also letting it happen to basically, I mean, all he cares about is the power of his position. Like, he's basically like, if this stuff turns out the way that they want it to, they're promising me some big spot in the new regime or whatever.
Yeah.
But if it goes south for them, I can also say, oh, I found this out and blah, blah, blah. And he was later executed in like March of 45 because he didn't he didn't come out with it to the authorities that needed to know. But he kind of plays the whole time as this like kind of seeing where it'll go, and like it's a really interesting part of the movie. Probably the most interesting thing is his whole place in the movie is very strange.
The one thing I do remember about the movie, and that would be a lot slightly in the more positive area, would be as far as the overall feel or the vibe of it, is it does capture the sweaty desperation of Germany in these waning moments of the war. And, you know, that these guys realize that they're likely going to lose, and so it's like, do we want to lose going down with the ship, or do we want to lose trying to say, well, we weren't like everyone else, and we weren't as, you know, demented.
I mean, literally the moment of the movie at the end.
Or it's just pure, we're not even as demented as them, it's a pure survival instinct.
Right. Well, and I'll come back to that in a second, but that moment when Kenneth Branagh puts he's going to kill himself with the grenade, and it's the most over-the-top moment of all time. He's like, there's voiceover from earlier in the movie when he's like, we need to show the world that not all of us were like him. And it's just like, oh my God. It's like the most trailer moment ever, you know. But yeah, so I was looking into this last night, that first of all, some of the people, like specifically Terrence Stamp's character, Ludwig Beck, who was like a general in the army, was very much early on against the Nazi party, was, you know, suspected a lot of them, and wasn't, that I was able to ascertain, a proponent of, you know, Aryanism and anti-Semitism and the Holocaust. There were other people in that group that felt that way too, but specifically Stauffenberg did advocate for the Aryan nation, and for a lot of the National Socialist aspects of Nazism, but just felt that it wasn't going successfully. But the movie doesn't say that. The movie posits it as, no, this Tom Cruise character was against those things, which is a blatant falsehood. There also, though, is a lot of questioning about what the official intents of those people were, because they didn't leave behind a whole lot of documentation talking about what they wanted to do. And also, following, I was presuming they would have taken over the government, they would have not have wanted to been more on the Allied side, you know, Allied-led ideas of, you know, shrinking Germany's size that it had gotten to. They would have wanted to
expand,
or at least contain what they had, which was incredibly unrealistic. You know, so there's a lot of questions as to what actually that would have turned into, obviously. It probably would have been something similar about what happened at the end of the war, except a little different, where after Hitler committed suicide, and then Goebbels was, I think, more in charge for like one day, and then he committed suicide or something. So there were like a couple people there before they finally gave up, in like for like a month or so, or even less. But it's unclear about what the definitive timeline of any of that transition would have been.
It's so swift, anyway.
Yeah, and like I feel like there would have been. I mean, it literally would have gone into a civil war ultimately, and like, you know, so it's doubtful about what would have actually occurred, you know, there. But all of that's just to say that the movie, I feel like it's a little too clean and clear cut about what it wants it to be. And I feel like a more interesting version of the movie actually could have been longer and would have been more questioning even inside the resistance ideologically. Because they have a lot of battles in the movie about when they want to do it, and there's the whole question of should we even kill Hitler if Himmler's not there as well, since he's the head of the SS, and like a whole question of what that would mean. And so therefore I feel like there should have been more about their literal ideological quabbles that would have been within that resistance group, but whatever. The movie isn't that good, so it doesn't do that.
How fascinating is it, too, that this came out in 2009, and less than a year later you have Inglourious Bastards that comes along.
Yeah.
And because
there are some actors that are in both movies.
I remember watching Valkyrie, and like I would have been in early high school at the time, so I wasn't, I had a lot more to learn. But even still, I was like, well, this doesn't happen because World War II ended later, and so whatever. And then with Inglourious Bastards, you watch that, and you're like, well, they can't kill Hitler, That ain't going to happen. And then it's like, no, we are going to do it.
Right.
It's just, and I know we're talking about Tarantino versus Bryan Singer here, but what a bolder, fresher vision of World War II that is. And it's not, quote, accurate.
Right.
Exactly. But tells us a lot about France, about Jews, there's a lot of Nazism depicted in Waltz's character that is just so fresh and bolder compared to something like that.
It opines a lot on German cinema and German propaganda machine, and I know there's a lot in that movie that's very specific.
And again, he's genre bending, and he's like he's Tarantino, so he's like it's part spaghetti western, part revenge movie, part war movie, but it lives in the mind, and even people who don't like it, that is just a widely talked about and discussed and studied movie already. Valkyrie's been absolutely totally forgotten about.
And I think that is why I beat the drum for it more than I should, is because I feel it's forgotten us, and I'm like, no, we have to remember, we
have to remind everybody that we're not all like.
We have to tell the world that not all of us were like him. I mean, do you remember the part in the movie where they have those little yellow cards that are their symbol?
Yeah.
Like, I should print a bunch of those off and be like, we remember Valkyrie, but anyway.
And, one thing that I'm sadly nostalgic for is that movie, and I think I mentioned this last time we talked about it, and we turned out to talk about it, I think, more now than in the past, which is fine, that was when Tom Cruise was more willing to be in non-action movie kind of thing, and I love Tom Cruise, and I wish he'd move more in. And it's ironic because, again, Lines for Lambs and this were around the same time, and neither one of these movies were widely talked about, so he's like, well, I guess I'll just do Mission Impossible.
Christopher McQuarrie wrote this movie.
Yeah, and I think that's honestly one of the biggest, and he had written Usual Suspects previously with Bryan Singer.
Okay, I didn't know that.
That was actually kind of his formal big first thing introduction. Yeah. That was, I think, maybe technically kind of their formal introduction with McQuarrie and Cruise, and ever since then they've been very largely in cahoots with one another.
That's a good screenplay in the sense
and he's a good writer. I mean, he's not a writer like the Coen brothers or like Paul Thomas Anderson or Tarantino, but when it comes to like blockbustery type cinema, he's among the best that are working today. I mean, there's a reason Tom Cruise is like, I want you to work with me in these new Mission Impossible movies.
And I think one of the strongest things about the movie is, like I said, the economy with which it gets forth a lot of specific plot, not even literally the movie, but the plot itself that occurred in history, gets a lot of that information very economically. And one thing about the movie I find so fascinating is that from an American perspective, to see the vast bureaucracy of the Nazi Party is a window into the amount of effort that must go into fascism to keep something like that running. And there's so many different, there's all these, because it's confusing, I think intentionally. There's like this office here, but then they have to go to this office, and there's all these different offices that have and it's that way in America too, so I'm not in most countries, but it's a lot of very specific places that run different parts of different things of Germany. And it's all very, like I said, specific to the point of being confusing, but I think that's an effective representation of that I haven't seen in any other American film to that level.
And it's hilarious too. Just we won't go into this too deeply, but like such a bureaucratic state is like weirdly reminiscent of a lot of the things they criticize about Soviet Russia and like socialism or communism of this bureaucratic state, and here they are reproducing it into much.
Well, and I've
horrific
tried to explain to the kids how similar those things actually are, and they're not as different as they seem.
Yeah.
So they kind of get that, I think, hopefully.
Yeah.
But
anyways, so that's Valkyrie
so
talk.
there you go, kids.
Valkyrie talk.
That's why Kyle thinks it's so funny, I guess, is because
just because it is the most middle school movie ever. Even though I didn't quite see it in middle school, it was so close to that time. It effectively was.
Another thing about the movie that really aggravates me is how it's like they're speaking German at the very beginning, and then it transitions into English. Like,
and it's weird
another
that like
movie that did that.
Tarantino is working more in the realm of pastiche, but he's like, no, Germans will speak German, French will speak French. Like, is more respecting.
That's one of the most
those
multilingual movies I've ever seen. I mean, and
even Dominic DeCoco. I mean, even a little bit of
Dominic DeCoco.
Italian.
Dominic DeCoco, bravo. But yeah, and like how another big movie that does that is The Hunt for Red October. Does that memorably too, where it's like
beginning.
Sam Neill and Sean Connery are talking, and that's so annoying to me because it's like just put it in German, or I don't know. Even Mel Gibson put Passion of the Christ in like Latin, Aramaic, and Hebrew. Like that's like a big deal. So whatever.
Didn't hurt his box office.
No.
So that's it for Valkyrie talk for this week. But who knows? We may talk about it more in the future. Who knows? But that was all just past his prologue, as they say. You know. Now we just gotta get into the first 2022 Blue Plate special.
Hi, Audrey.
Norma, have a cup of coffee, please.
Sure. I'll have what she's having.
Hey, who wanted a large pepperoni? Coming up!
Right here, we gave the people a pay raise.
They didn't like staying late last time, but we
gave
thought
them a bonus.
And they're like, really, y'all had to make us watch Skidoo? This is the first time we're mentioning, by the way, that Skidoo was our last film, which I think we're kind of ready to turn the page and forget on.
No, that movie was
again, that was
so bad.
We talked about it, but like even it's. The first time I saw it, there were the kind of things to laugh at and the novelty, and it just instantly disappeared this time. I was just like, this is dumb. It's just like not good. It's
bad.
Got moments, but overall not good.
Bad.
Speaking of film that has moments, it's not bad though. It's who knows what it is.
24 frames per second. Happened.
Annette from last year already, 2021. We were trying to make towards the end of the year. We were like, let's try to get caught up on some of the big releases going to streaming. We've talked about this over and over again on here. One of the biggest problems of things going to streaming is the whole idea of
going to hell.
I mean, it's like, like you can watch it whenever. If I can watch it whenever, the impetus for me to watch that as opposed to anything else. It's not even that thing is bad. No. There's certain things like One Night in Miami. I still actually really want to sit down to that. Yeah. There's a lot of things I actually really want to see, but I'm like,
Don't Look Up too.
Yeah, I mean, when it enters the whole digital space, I'm just like, eventually. As opposed to Licorice Pizza is playing in theaters. Now, if it was a Paul Thomas Anderson film or a Martin Scorsese film hits, I'm going to stop and watch. I mean, the first day The Irishman dropped. We watched it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And it was like the day before Thanksgiving, and we got up a little earlier than we had to.
It's like early Christmas present or something.
And went down to our basement and watched it. We were literally like, all right, we're doing it.
Yeah. So that should be said.
Yeah. But no, like these mid-level movies, and I don't even mean that negatively, but, for example, specifically in the context of Don't Look Up, that...
Like, there's a new Leonardo DiCaprio movie that exists and is out, and I've not seen it yet.
Like that, The King... and Beautiful Boy, all specifically, which all have my son in them. Mr. Chalamet.
Yeah.
Timothée Chalamet.
Yeah.
That's how you actually say
All
his
you
name.
Dune 7th graders out there, you've probably heard about.
Well,
Yeah.
and by the way, I told him I've pre-ordered the 4K.
Yeah.
It's coming. Like,
That's like next
look
week,
out.
right?
Yeah.
Or, yeah.
So we might be
Soon.
doing it soon.
Yeah.
I don't know. In class. But during lunch, of course. No. Wit and wisdom takes priority. We got to get through that. But but all those movies are like, my son is in those, and I haven't seen them because all of them have went directly into either Netflix or Amazon, and haven't gotten to them.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I just think it's a shame. Annette, that had played at Cannes last year. It was the newest film by Leo Carax, starring Adam Driver, who's frankly one of our best, most exciting actors at the present moment. Marion Cotillard and a wooden puppet.
Yeah,
are the stars of the film.
No, we weren't, and we weren't talking about Bruce Willis. We're talking about there's actually a wooden puppet in the movie. Yes, right.
Yeah, unless it was Bruce. If so, that was the performance of his life.
Yeah,
if it was,
no, it was.
Yeah. Where do you even start with this? I guess we should start first with saying we're not super familiar with Carax. We've both seen Holy Motors. I've seen it only twice. You've seen it once, I know. What do you even say about that? I mean, it leaves an impression.
I like it. It's a movie. I didn't rate it. There are very few movies I've ever left where I didn't give it a rating. Sweet Sweetback was one.
Yeah.
Swiss Army Man was another one. That was a movie I felt like I couldn't rate. I had no clue what was going on. But that specifically the end of that movie where he's like farting across the water. I remember everybody was laughing so hard. I mean, I was kind of laughing, but I remember the whole theater. That's the end of the movie.
Right.
He was the lead in the movie.
Yeah, this is the note we're ending this on.
And I was just like, it was one of the most interesting theater experiences because that was on campus at Wilmington. I saw it, and everybody was just like, "What is this?" Yeah. That's one of the most unique experiences I've ever seen.
Yeah.
But specifically, Holy Motors is a movie that I quite like. I would probably give it 2.5.
Yeah.
Or maybe even 3.
Yeah.
Because one thing about that movie, I don't know if you could tell, it's pretty pretentious.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But, I feel like this movie's even more pretentious than that, though. But, because this, Holy Motors is intentionally there is nothing grounded about this. It is totally nonsensical.
It's kind of a anti-narrative.
Right, and, this tries to do that.
Yeah.
It has the same sort of beating heart that does of madness, but it is more intentional.
Well, Denis Lavant is the really unequivocal star of Holy Motors, and he's an amazing actor.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, especially after seeing Beau Travail. I mean, I'd really want to see more stuff from him. I think he's worked with Carax.
Yeah, he's in, I think, Lovers on the Bridge and Mavo Sang and some of those other movies.
And the whole movie, in many ways, that Holy Motors is about, if you want to try to attach a narrative to it, is about the concept of a performance artist going through these various modes and things. And
reflecting things about human life and culture, I guess, is the way to describe it.
And I remember, I think I saw that in. I could go back. Let me try to find my letterbox.
Came out in 2012.
Yeah, it came out in 2012. I remember. I can't remember if it was when exactly I saw it. I do remember seeing it on campus at UNC Wilmington, which has been. It was early 2013.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was early, and I remember when that movie hit in 2012. And 2012 was a big film year for me because that was when The Master came out, and that kind of reoriented a lot of things about me and my life in a variety of ways. But I remember when that came out, and there was all this conversation. Oh my God, Leo Carax! I'd never heard of him before.
Right.
And this movie was just his first one in a while, and there's this big explosion of ideas. And saw it, didn't hate it, but didn't really like it either when I first saw it. And then since when I rewatched it with you, I was like, oh, okay, you know what? I think I do like this a little better. I still don't love it, but I respect it more so.
Yeah.
Again, how does Annette for you compare to Holy Motors in terms of what it's trying to express? And let's just say again, we've not seen his other films;
Right.
these are the only two. But it seems like what my understanding of him that he is in a more kind of he's moved away maybe from things he did previously, and he's in this certain mode now as a filmmaker making these.
Yeah,
type of movies.
I think that Holy Motors is so. I mean, I get the feeling in the sense of, it's complicated because I've been thinking a lot about weirdness because I'm currently watching Tropical Cocktails, which is one of the weirdest things I've ever seen by that guy. I'm going to look up his name here, but he made that movie, The Greasy Strangler. Yes, that is a real movie, if you haven't ever heard of it.
It sounds like a recurring...
Jim Hosking.
That sounds like a recurring column in the Focus magazine.
Yeah.
If you know...
Yeah, so those local Caldwell County folks will know that.
Yeah.
But yeah, and that is very intentionally weird just to be weird, and it's like very grating and annoying. Holy Motors, though, something like that. It's interesting I'm comparing these two things, but I've been thinking a lot of, somewhat about this. Holy Motors acts in a sense of intentional weird. I mean, it's intentional. Anything is weird. If it's weird, it's intentionally weird. We're going to actually be talking about this eventually later on about what does this mean, actually, to call something weird. But that with this, with Holy Motors, I mean, it is making certain, I guess, statements about art and, like you said, performance art and life. I mean, and the movie's so absurd, but it has the moment towards the end of the movie. Spoiler for those who don't want to know this.
Yeah.
There's another moment like this we'll talk about with Annette later, which is even funnier somehow. There's a moment towards the end of Holy Motors where he's moved around the whole movie, been dressing up as these different people, and then he comes home as this like middle class worker dad or whatever, family man. Because I think he's really like a family man.
Is the name of
is
the
like that
character
kind of character section of it. And he walks in the house, and it's all shot in this weird pink because there's like some like fireworks going off, and it's all like pink tinged. He walks in the house, and his family comes to greet him, and it's these two chimpanzees literally walk down the stairs.
Yeah.
Like, if you think I'm making this up,
No,
that's
I remember when
really
I first
in
saw
a movie,
that,
right?
and the whole thing. This is coming at the end of
right.
this whole movie.
No, the whole movie's been this. It has just laid on you like a rock how absurd it is.
And then
like,
I remember when I first saw that
yeah.
on the big screen too, and
Yeah.
that moment happens, and I was just like, it just hits me over the head. I'm like, what the hell is any of this?
Yeah, right.
I remember just starting
Yeah.
laughing.
Yeah.
Just because he was like holding their hands like
Yeah.
very seriously, and I was just like, what is this? I was just like, and not
Yeah.
even a bad way.
Yeah.
Totally. I was just like,
No, and
what?
that's what is so crazy. Then he like takes him upstairs, and they're looking out the window.
Yeah.
And I swear it's a moment that touches me.
No, it's weirdly
and it's like, and he says
sentimental,
our
yeah.
life is about to change.
Yeah.
And you don't know if you want to laugh or you want to cry.
Yeah.
It's I've never seen a movie do anything like that emotionally. It's one of the weirdest things
Yeah.
I've ever seen
Yeah.
in a movie. I mean, it truly is something else. Like, and that I think represents to me what the movie is ultimately about, and how it I think mostly succeeds is that it is
Like you go out, you live a crazy wild
Right,
life,
and
and then
the-
you come home to your ape family,
right,
and it's all
but
gonna change.
the fact that the movie could make me feel that way
Yeah.
after being so relentlessly absurd
yeah.
says something about the movie that I can't put into words, that I feel like it is successful
Yeah.
in whatever it's trying to do. I don't know what it is exactly,
Yeah.
but it is. Annette, I didn't feel that way about. I felt like it was, first of all, tried to do more of a cohesive story, and I feel like he's done that in the past with movies like Lovers on the Bridge. I feel like that, by all appearances, seemed to be more of a movie, like, a narrative. This is a narrative that is about artists in the modern world, and it tries to put this whole thing in there about Me Too. I felt like that was kind of shady
Afterthought.
about what it is saying.
Yeah, so let's just talk about Adam Driver's character for a little bit here,
Yeah.
because he plays like a stand-up comedian basically,
Yeah.
which is it's funny in how unfunny he usually is, and that's not to say anything of Adam Driver's performance, but just the character as written. He's just he comes in dressed like a boxer. He's got this big robe on, and he's like swings his the microphone like it's a lasso or something, and he's all about, nobody wants to hear how shocking my truth is or whatever. And it should be said, like the very, 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 very beginning of the movie, there's this voiceover narration that is presumably for his shows, but is in a very arch, pretentious way. talking about the movie itself, like there will be no talking.
Yeah.
What did all it say?
There'd be no talking, like, don't even breathe.
Like,
Like, a whole,
no
like,
farts.
Yeah.
Like, just
no,
like,
it's like, I mean, and that's what I think is so fascinating
hitting you over
about
the head so hard.
Carax
Yeah.
is like his movies just literally grab you by the throat.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like Holy Motors never let go.
Well, you remember how
This-
Holy Motors starts? Is
where
like,
it's
like
him
these-
in the movie.
Well, also
yeah.
it's like those people, like those almost blank faces watching a cinema screen or
Yeah.
like pointed forward, and I feel like he's saying the same thing, but it's visual.
Yeah.
It's not didactic and hitting
Yes.
you over the head with words. You know what I mean?
And
I
then
feel like
he,
that's
in both of these movies, he's at the beginning of the movie as himself.
yeah. He's not afraid to just insert
strangely.
himself in. Yeah,
But the movie starts so propulsively, and also the biggest thing we forgot to mention is this is a collaboration with the Sparks brothers.
yeah. They co-wrote, or they basically conceived of and wrote the
Right.
movie. And I think Carax maybe came in and did some
Right.
rewrites. But
And
they
it is
appear in the
a-
movie.
Yes,
and
it
they
is
have
a
music in
musical.
the movie.
It's
yeah.
a musical that they made ultimately,
Yeah.
and I'm not saying it's not a Carax movie because it very clearly is. If you've
Yeah.
seen Holy Motors, but it feels like it isn't totally his thing.
Sure.
It's their thing too.
Yeah.
And I don't feel personally, and I haven't been into the whole Sparks thing. I'm not. That's not something I'm aware.
Should be said that this
yeah.
year in particular, 2021, they
Yeah.
kind of have seemingly a revival of sorts. Edgar
Yeah.
Wright just made this documentary about them that's kind of brought a lot of attention to them,
Right.
and this movie too
Yeah,
at the same time.
and so I'm not as aware of their music. I haven't heard really any of it, so let that be known. But I don't feel like this movie was an adequate meeting of the minds. I felt like it was trying to be both things, and it didn't kind of
Yeah.
totally come together. It's also just because it seems like that's just not my cup of tea. I don't know. But specifically, the movie starts kind of like there's that famous sequence in Holy Motors where they're playing the accordions, and he shoots it the same way as this, where it's like them in the studio, the Sparks brothers, performing a song that's like, now we must start.
Yeah.
It's very obvious about the movie is now beginning.
Yeah.
And it's just very and like Adam Driver and Marion Cotillard are in it, and they're all walking down this. It's like it's weird
We
because
Are a
it's
Movie.
both meta, but also I feel like they are in the movie, those characters at the same time.
Yeah.
It's very weird. I mean, it's like movies don't normally start like that, obviously. So the movie starts very propulsively, very in your face, but then over the rest of the movie, I feel like it becomes too mainstream almost. I mean, it's still very. I mean, to call that movie mainstream, people would probably laugh at that.
Yeah.
But like, it's like what I've said about the opening of Midsummer. Like that movie opens so in your face, different,
Yeah.
and then proceeds to just be a state of the art A24 horror movie.
Yeah.
Well, I shouldn't say state of the art. What
Well,
I
he's
mean was
ironically almost
like,
just like
yeah.
paint by numbers.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Just a very basic A24 movie. I feel like this is kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
That it just kind of becomes nothing.
Yeah.
But starts so strong and then just kind of sputters out, and it isn't really anything. Whereas, like I said, Holy Motors is a consistent, like, this happens, this thing it's like you never know what to expect with that. I didn't necessarily know what to expect with this movie either.
Yeah.
Like how much Simon Helberg was in it.
Yeah.
Especially later on. And what's so weird about the movie is that, there's a lot of, like, obviously musical numbers in the movie, and there's that one that was so dumb where he was like, I was in love with her, I did this.
Yeah.
And it's like very just like, what? Like,
Yeah.
and it's just so dumb. And then they drown him. He gets drowned.
And then,
And
yeah, and they one thing I think we're burying the lead here, that Adam Driver and Marion Cotillard have a child named Annette, who proceeds to be played by the vast majority of the rest of the movie by a wooden puppet.
yeah, like 95% of the movie.
Yeah, I mean, there's like the very, very, very end.
There's
it's
a real
like kind
girl.
of transitions,
Yeah.
but
like at Pinocchio happened, I guess.
yeah,
I don't
she's
know.
becoming a real girl. Yeah, and she is privy and witness to some of the horrific things that Adam Driver does over the course of the movie. Like, say, spoiler alert again, killing Simon Helberg. Well, of course, killing his own wife too. She's aware of that. So she ends up. So the wooden puppet ends up like becoming this singing sensation.
That has the voice of her mother,
Right.
basically,
Yeah.
is the implication.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And well, let me also just say it's got these like in the movie these periodic like tabloid news updates,
Yes,
which
yeah.
are so puerile and stock to the point of absurdity. They're just
Yeah.
like it's just like almost like what I would imagine Carrack's views
Yes,
real versions
yeah.
of this to be and look like, and he's not all that far wrong either.
Yeah.
And it interrupts the movie every once in a while with these like, "Oh, baby Annette is a big sensation," and
Yeah.
just like
Yeah,
just like
right.
these like, and then Annette gets her big moment. She's at the
The Hyper Bowl.
the Hyper
Literally,
Bowl, which
yes.
is like basically
Yeah.
the Super Bowl.
I told my kids this when I came back the other day from school. I literally watched the movie because we've been talking about hyperbole in
right.
English, and we've joked, "Oh, the Hyper Bowl, yeah." And then I said, "There's literally a movie I just watched where there's something called the Hyper Bowl." So yeah, but anyway,
And so her big moment, she's basically like playing the halftime show, I guess.
and she just stands. Okay, so she's on top of a glowing inverse pyramid.
Yeah. And there's this
And-
big long pause. She's not saying or doing
Yeah.
anything, And then she very
Well, then they keep saying, "Give baby Annette a moment. She's a baby after all."
Yeah.
Like, and it's like, and they keep restarting it, and Adam Driver's clearly like, "This is just screwed," whatever, And then,
she says, "Daddy kills people."
Yeah.
Announces to the world.
and
Well, we were just dying laughing.
no,
once they-
I was probably laughing for about 3 to 4 minutes nonstop.
And for
It's-
whatever failures
yeah.
the movie has, the fact that it leads up
Right.
to that moment
Yeah.
alone is worthy of
And those are her
celebration.
first words,
Formally,
technically.
yeah, in the
yes,
movie.
because she sings, but it's not like It's like just very like almost like the "My Heart Will Go On" Titanic cooing sounds.
Yeah.
It's like very like ooh, But she never actually says anything until that moment. Those are her first words.
Yeah.
Like,
And so then,
"Daddy kills people." Like,
and it's
then-
kind of like sweet and cute, but
yeah.
what she's saying is
yeah,
obviously
and then it's
horrific
like
and bad.
in front of literally the whole world. Like,
Yeah.
and it's one of the most absurd images I've ever seen.
Yeah.
It's almost like I said, it's kind of like that moment at the end of Holy Motors where
Yeah.
you're like, you've been beat over the head with this nonsense for so long
Yeah.
that you break.
Yeah.
At that point, you're just like, but I felt Holy Motors is an even bigger version of that.
Yeah.
Because that's just so. That also is tied into all these emotional elements, whereas this movie intends to be romantic and more emotional, and never, I feel like, gets there.
Yeah.
And
I would agree. And so he ends up getting investigated and thrown
Yeah,
in jail,
right.
and they like figure out he killed Simon Hilberg. And I don't know if his wife's death was really as much connected to him. I feel like it was more
I think
the
that's something
Hilberg.
they
I guess.
couldn't prove, but was assumed
Yeah.
that he did do it rightfully. But that they assume rightfully that he did. But I don't think he was on trial for that necessarily. But I don't know. And then throughout the movie, there's this random like mark on his face that keeps getting bigger. It's
Yeah.
like purple.
Yeah.
It's like, okay,
Yeah.
I don't know. But yeah, another thing about the movie I want to talk about is that, like we said, the movie tries to be this whole Me Too thing
Right.
about the question of like, oh, he's an artist, like, and like, by the way, his name is Henry McHenry.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that hell's supposed to
mean.
mean. But that it's trying to do this whole thing of like, like, can people recover from the Me Too thing? What does that mean?
And also,
from-
like, is it just because they can't respond to his truth?
right.
I feel like it's part of it too.
And I don't know how the movie feels about him definitively either.
I don't know.
And I think that's a big problem for a movie like that because it's not definitively putting forth any ideas about who he is and yeah. And another thing that was there was one moment that we were laughing about. A lot of the voices in the movie that just come out of nowhere are very much like very like harsh and stock and weird. Like there's that moment where he says something on stage and somebody's like, "That's not very funny, Henry."
Yeah.
Like just this very like almost inhuman voice. It's
Yeah.
like what? Like and
Yeah.
all these reactions that people have that are just like you said, I feel like there's a lot of things that both Sparks and Carax are saying about pop culture that they find strange
Yeah.
or weird, and I'm like, well, there's some things I could find strange or weird too, But,
Yeah.
but it's But like I said, the movie has this romanticism about it that I don't particularly understand how people get that out of it. But
Yeah, I don't either. It's one of those movies that ultimately, I think you would agree, where Grateful exists.
Yeah.
But am not particularly wowed or immersed by in the way that
because
it was
Holy
expected or
Motors is a
hoping.
movie I've continued to think about and
Yeah.
has stayed in the mind because it's literally like you can do this as a movie. Whereas this felt like parts of it I felt that way, but never as much as that. And does that mean anything? Not if the movie's great, but it's not, or good enough that you can say, okay, well, it was ambitious and it didn't get there, but it was still all right. This just felt like it never got anywhere particularly.
Yeah.
So
that's a net. It's streaming on Amazon Prime. Check it out if you got about 2.5 hours of nothing else going on
just
in your
skip
life.
to the hyperbole part. But I feel like
But I feel like the
the
brilliance
whole-
of it is
right.
that it's building
Yes,
to that
right.
too. But
and
I know what
so,
you mean.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
anyways, speaking of
Flights
disasters,
of fancy.
flights of fancy or disasters, we're actually going to start a mini recurring segment on this show. It's not going to last for too long. That involves the airport franchise, and we've been wanting to get around to these movies for some time because they're kind of seen as the epitome of disaster films of the 70s in many ways, the whole airport franchise. So, welcome to our very first installment of a recurring segment called Baggage Claim.
Went out the window. Oh, look up.
I never met a girl who makes me feel the way that you do. You're alright. Whenever I'm asked who makes my dream real, I say you do. You're outside. So be fine. Oh, look out, baby, 'cause here I come. And I'm bringing you a love that's true. So get ready. So get ready. I'm gonna try to make you love me too. So get ready. So get ready. I'm on my way.
So there you go.
Yeah.
Whatever. I've yet to make that theme yet,
Yeah,
so
we'll see
whatever
what
it was,
happens.
we'll
Yeah,
see.
yeah.
And in many ways, airport itself orients itself around such what will happen, right? In the same way that I'm now wondering what will happen when I make this theme. What will happen over the course of this film? So, Airport, the very first one was from 1970. Again, I kind of said it, but what for you is the appeal of going back and trying to start watching some of these movies?
Well, specifically, the reason I've always wanted to watch them, part of it is that idea of the disaster movie. That one of the biggest of these is the Towering Inferno, which I haven't seen.
I've
You've
seen
seen
that,
that.
yeah.
I'd like to at some point, but these movies have just like a big ensemble cast
Big
of people
stars,
from that
yeah.
time.
And a lot of
Specifically-
random character actors,
yes,
too, you
yeah.
know.
Specifically with this one, some of the biggest people were Dean Martin and Burt Lancaster and George Kennedy, and what were some other ones I'm forgetting off the top of my head? Van Heflin.
Seberg was in it.
Yeah, Gene Seberg, different people. But anyway, specifically the reason I wanted to get into these right now is because we just
Jacqueline
mentioned...
Bisset.
Yes. We had just mentioned recently that I had watched Hotel, which was written by Arthur Haley, who also wrote Airport. And around this time, in literature, but even in movies, obviously we were getting this whole oversized narrative with all these different characters, kind of an early hyperlink idea, basically. And that these movies intend to make you feel like they're more than they are because they include so much.
Yeah.
I feel like Airport was just slightly more successful version of Hotel because it actually felt bigger.
Yeah.
And also had more stars in it.
Yeah.
But I guess the main appeal was just the idea also for me, this is very specific, but obviously the 50s and 60s were kind of the service decade. The consumer service decade of like everything had to be... and Hotel went into this kind of too, but the whole idea of everything's got to be so nice, everything's exotic and luxurious, post-World War II America of like... you got to go somewhere. Everybody's traveling, everybody's having a good time, and we're going to get you there in style. And that I feel like airport and hotel both, but especially airport, is the first true examination of but the danger inherent to that.
Yeah.
Both literally and just that things are starting to fall by the wayside. Things are crumbling at the end of the 60s of that, and things are getting more about, and we just want to get there fast, and we just want everything to run a certain way.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's a very specific idea that I'm interested in, but that and just seeing all the people in it. And I guess kind of, the first real disaster movie, because early on, it wasn't particularly that totally. It was a little bit, and it should be noted that disaster movies had seen versions of this with Godzilla and monster movies, big monster movies of the 50s, also nuclear war movies in the 60s, but that as far as natural disasters and or plane crashes or boats or stuff like that became to be a big thing in the 70s.
Well, also, being in 1970, you still haven't quite had a lot of the terrorism, some of the hijackings that would later characterize the 70s, but in some ways it's weirdly predictive of some of those things.
Like the Carlos the Jackal stuff in the 70s, and and the Iranian hostage crisis, and all the planes that were hijacked, and the Patty Hearst stuff, and there's all that stuff that like you said, it's kind of on the cutting edge of that. Interestingly, though, the Van Heflin character in this movie literally is only doing this to blow the plane up so that he can get insurance for his family, because he keeps losing his job, and he has these basically mental disorders. It's not very definitive about what they are, but that he had been, I guess, PTSD more or less is sort of what it is, that he had been in the war, I guess World War II or Korea maybe, and that he was a demolitions expert, and that was the way he was able to do this. So it's a lot more vague, and there's not a lot of ideology behind it. And that's a very 1970 thing, as we see, kind of as we're getting at, is it's a lot more about that sort of thing than it would be ideological stuff that will be coming in the 70s, more. But as you said, he's kind of this lone wolf guy, which fits into a lot of 60s things in terms of a lot of the assassinations, and even D.B. Cooper that had been just before that, as well,
and
or around that same time, rather. Actually, it was
around
1970,
that time,
I think.
So we're gonna again start watching some more of these and see how this unveils itself. One thing that really stuck out to me...
71 is when that was. So
one thing that really sticks out to me, though, about this film is, in certain senses, it's almost a more modern term that people use to describe some movies, but I think could be applied to this, too. A certain level of competence porn. Meaning it's all these crises and a certain wish fulfillment we as audiences or consumers have to say, but people are in the right positions and make the right decisions. This got described a lot with The Martian, the Matt Damon Ridley Scott movie, that it's less about these characters being these living, breathing, distinct people, and more about how they're responding to these crises.
It's kind of like Apollo 13 is the same, too. Those types of space movies, space disaster movies are their own thing.
Right.
Gravity as well.
Gravity as well. Now, I do think that, part of it being the stars that are being used in this, they do have these little distinct personalities and quirks to themselves. Somebody like Burt Lancaster is kind of the perfect star to lead this movie because he's a great actor in general, and also...
And a great person to do impressions of.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit under the weather. It sounded a little bit not as good as I wanted it to. But
no, Levi's good.
I'm a bit under the weather today. My impressions are not what you would say #, on point. But
I love to hear Levi's Burt Lancaster. But he's like, he works too much, and his wife just I'm sick of you working all this, and then he's maybe having a side fling with Jane Seberg's character. And that and then you got George Kennedy's character who was always
he's like an airplane mechanic,
who this was one of his few days off, and he's got to go in to fix the situation.
Yeah, because we should set up kind of the plot here quickly. It's very simple. There's a big snowstorm at a Chicago airport, and there's a plane that lands, and because of the snow, it gets caught on basically the island of grass in
Yeah.
between the runways.
Yeah.
And so George Kennedy is called in to try to move it because Dean Martin's character, who's the captain for another plane,
Yeah.
is wanting to fly out on that specific runway because there's a lot of noise pollution with like over here.
Yeah, so
And
there's a whole
like,
little
yeah.
afterthought thing of like
Yeah.
people complaining about the noise pollution. I
Yeah.
feel like that I feel like in an earlier draft or something that was
Yeah.
probably a bigger deal when they
That
got
was probably a
cut,
bigger
and
thing in the
then-
novel or
Yeah.
something. Yeah, but anyway, so like meanwhile they're trying to get that plane. Well, then when they're having to fly the plane back in after it gets halfway blown up, they have to land it there or they can't land it basically because all the other airports are closed because of snow. And so basically George Kennedy is saying, "Oh, we can move this if you push it hard enough," because he's like, "I know these machines, we can do it," or whatever. And there's all these like regulations that they can't get through, and
Yeah.
like they're like, "Oh, can we do it?" And like then they're wanting to like get these big like earth movers to come and like move it, and he's like, "No, I'm gonna move it myself." And they're like, "You've got to," and Lancaster's like, "I'm going to send them, and you've got to get out of there," like, and he's like, "Get out of the plane," like, and he's like, "We're going for broke," he says at
Yeah.
one point, like literally pushes it, and he gets it out barely, but it's like, what would have happened if he didn't and it like blew up or something, But like, yeah, so like it's all this very specific stuff's going on, and Burt Lancaster's like basically, I mean, Lancaster, we've seen him in a lot of different kinds of roles. I mean, you had him in like movies when he was younger, like Santa or Veracruz. That's the
Yeah.
name of that movie. I was about to say Santa
Him and
Cruz,
Gary Cooper,
Veracruz,
yeah,
where he's
Western.
like a young Turk, as they would
Yeah.
call it. Whatever that even means. That's such a stupid thing, but something like that, or even like Sweet Smell Success. Or stuff like that, and then you get him in something like The Swimmer
He's a little
or
older.
this.
It's more about
and
him.
then
kinda
later
facing his
on,
mortality
something
in
like
that.
Local Hero,
Yeah.
or even I haven't seen it, but Atlantic City.
Yeah.
But
that's
with
good.
this, it's like a kind of middle ground where he's normally so confident, and in this, his hair is kind of out of place. He looks
frizzled,
very
yeah.
harried. He doesn't
Yeah.
look like he's all the way there, and I think that's the most successful thing about the movie is to position Burt Lancaster as a not, and like you said, this kind of idea of competency. He is competent in the end, it turns out, but there's a whole question of the whole movie of whether or not he's actually got it together.
Yeah.
Which I've never seen with him before in a movie. I felt
Yeah.
like that's never been as totally certain about, is he got it together? Other movies are a little more vague.
Well,
about,
especially The Swimmer, which would have came out not too long before this.
Right. That's a slow degradation.
You're right. It's all about him
Right.
falling apart
Yeah.
and him not being nearly as confident
Right.
as he maybe puts on. And in general, I think that's a good stand-in for what a lot of America wanted to see in 1970. They wanted to see that the institutions and infrastructure were being held together, and this confidence of,
And that there was a pressure against
Yeah.
him, so that could also confirm
I
a
mean,
lot of
it's
their
not a very
beliefs.
It's
you
not
know.
like an explicitly political film, but I think it is very subtly a part of the whole Nixonian era of America. Of like, we're going to restore law and order. We're going to restore the way things are and are supposed to be, and we're not going to let There's no hippie characters in the movie or no countercultural characters, but these various crises are met or avoided to the point where it is a very like, oh, it's okay, don't
Yeah.
worry, everything's going to be fine. We're putting the culture in its own way back together with a certain movie like that.
Yeah.
Then you got like, was it Helen Hayes,
Yeah.
who plays kind of the most random
That
out
is
of
the
nowhere
strangest character
of
I've-
like this
yeah.
old maid basically,
This
who
what
is,
they call a old biddy.
yeah,
They keep saying over
she was
and
basically
over.
like a little confidence woman who just
Yeah.
like is kind of makes a habit of just getting all these free flights and is like
Yeah.
so kind of charming, but like can talk her way into whatever, and it knows how the system works so well.
No, she's one of the most dangerous individuals in America. Literally, that, like, in my opinion, like that she can just walk around and do whatever she wants. Seemingly, is just like really bad. You know?
And
yeah.
at the end, there's almost like a little epilogue where she's like, she gets like, I guess because, her service on the plane, so to speak, or the fact that she was involved in that whole incident of the
yeah.
Van Heflin character.
Yeah, because
that-
she's sitting right beside. Like, so all right. So we've got Whit Bissell, my
Yeah.
homie, on the aisle seat.
Yeah.
Always great to see him show up.
Yeah.
Then you've got
Her in the middle.
her in the middle, and then Van Heflin's terrorist at the window seat.
Yeah.
And it's like, what a random grouping of 3 people.
Yeah.
But yeah, that like well, you know what's funny is that like she sort of helps, I guess, what they're doing. Or no, yes, she does, because they get this whole thing where Dean Martin has to come out and act like he's trying to deal with her to try to grab the bomb away from him. But it all doesn't go according to plan exactly. And then you got that guy who's like, that guy who was like on the bus at the airport earlier.
And you know, when he walks in, he's obnoxious. You're like, oh, we're gonna see him again.
Yeah.
Like,
But like specifically the first scene of him, there's this kid who's like in the aisleway of the bus, and he's like, "Get away, your nose is running," and like slaps him out of the way, and he almost runs into the bomb, like, and blows it up.
Right.
But anyway, like, he's like, when Dean Martin's trying to take the bomb away from him, he does a very, how can I say this without being too overtly political, familiar belief of like, hey, you can't touch that, that's their property, or whatever. And it's just like, why don't you keep your nose out of this? You know, it's just like, what an a-hole. Yeah. And then that lets the guy keep the bomb.
Yeah.
Then they're trying to talk him down, and a guy comes out of the bathroom, and the guy then yells, "Hey, he's got a bomb!" And then Van Heflin runs into the bathroom and blows himself up, and like basically blows the bathroom out. And it's like the guy continually screws it up for everybody. Yeah. And then there's a part where like the oxygen's going bad because of the pressurization.
Yeah.
And he's like basically going blue, and we were like, just let him die. Yeah. Like, basically, like, it's awful, but it's like, he's probably going to screw something else up, so just let him die or whatever. But yeah, I mean, and that's what I think I love about movies like this, is the amount of characterization that you get out of all these different people. In fact, this is one of the more definitively successful versions of this I've seen of this time period of doing that. At least that I've seen. Because I haven't seen the Poseidon Adventure later on in the decade. I've seen the remake randomly, which has the famous, that was a middle school movie. I saw that in Miss Berry's class randomly. Yeah. I remember at the end of the year, one year. And that was that whole movie where Kurt Russell's like, that's a pressure valve. It only reacts to tremendous pressure.
Now, I've not seen the original Poseidon Adventure, the one that has like Gene Hackman in it from the 70s.
Yeah.
But that's what I said this in my Letterboxd review for Airport, is I don't see why we don't make more of these movies, because they're like great avenues to kind of pursue spectacle. Yeah. But they're also, you just can get all these actors, any actor you want, to just kind of pop up in these, and it's just a great showcase for them. And I don't understand why in more modern movies we don't try to replicate that as a thing. Yeah. I mean, you have San Andreas from a few years ago, which had like The Rock, and Carlo Gugino, and also like Paul Giamatti.
Well, and that was what was so weird about that, is it didn't make those connections.
Yeah.
Because you thought the whole time, they'll get together. And I like that about the movie. I thought that was interesting that it never connected those two strands. Do you think, though, to make this kind of serious for a moment, do you think that the reason why we don't... And this stuff, started to taper off into the 80s, so I'm not saying that this is, like a definitive thing. But since 9/11, I feel like there haven't been very many movies that have done that, and I think it's because people are, and I'd say relatively rightfully, uncomfortable with seeing things like that happen in movies now because of the rawness of 9/11.
Yeah, I mean, we have a whole 9/11 podcast I'd recommend you listen to. I think there's truth to that. I mean,
but we had seen this as a declining trend before then too.
Yeah, I mean, but you do have certain movies in the 90s that was a
Twister
little bit before
and
that.
Dante's Peak and Deep Impact, Armageddon.
Armageddon's a good example of that. It has a lot of really pretty good actors in it, and Ben Affleck. I don't know
Day
why.
After Tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
We'll just keep going on.
I don't know. I guess there was just a moment where that was very in vogue. And that was also a chance for literally when they were making these movies in the 70s, when New Hollywood was starting to get up and running more so. And I guess certain audiences in the studios, that was the business they wanted to be more in, was the disaster movies.
Yeah.
And then New Hollywood represented something a little more contrary to the culture, or a little more critical of the culture. And this is in many ways kind of, again, a very Nixonian, like, no, we need to embrace establishment, embrace the culture, embrace the heroism of Nixon's America.
Yeah,
basically.
and I feel like another version of that in the 70s also was the political thriller
Yeah.
or the spy thriller, because you had movies like, obviously, Parallax View and 3 Days of the Condor, but also something like the Eiger Sanction. Some of those, like, or the what's the Anderson tapes, and
Yeah.
there are a lot of those, like, specifically, go back to the Eiger Sanction, a lot of these random Clint Eastwood movies that were made in
Yeah.
the 70s that were more like that sort of thing.
The Dirty Harry movies.
and those, and yeah, the buddy cop movies also in that era, and then of course James Bond, that's in
Yeah.
Britain. But yeah, it seemed like there was more of an interest in conspiracy and thriller filmmaking in the 70s,
And that, I guess,
as an antidote, as a more mainstream antidote to New Hollywood.
Well, I
guess.
feel like that's the middle ground between a movie like Airport, these disaster movies,
Yeah.
and then more critical New Hollywood movies. Is we're going to give you like all the trappings of a Hollywood, well-produced Hollywood
Yeah.
film, but also maybe sneak in some conspiratorial thinking or some countercultural thinking. But that's always going to be more in the background than it maybe is in a New
like
Hollywood
that
movie.
section in the Parallax View. It's probably the most famous scene in the movie where they have the brainwashing.
Yeah.
Or, well, it's not exactly that. It's more about they want to see how you react to it. It's
Yeah.
kind of like in Watchmen. You remember in Watchmen, the newest version of the Damon
Yeah,
Lindelof
yeah.
TV show, they had that thing where they basically show these right-wing crazy people these videos and see how they react.
Like a little Rorschach
Like,
test
to
of
see
sort.
if they're,
Yeah.
like, definitively,
Yeah.
whatever you would have called them, the Rorschach people or whatever.
And it's ironic
Um,
because the character doing that is like the Rorschach stand-in or analog. I mean,
Yeah.
was Tim Blake Nelson's character.
Yeah, and like, but that scene in Parallax View is very bracing and weird. But
I guess that's also coming off the heels of, say, A Clockwork Orange.
yeah,
The whole,
and one of the
scenes in
weirdest things
that.
about that is it positions itself as like it sees those people viewing themselves as the comic book hero Thor,
Yeah.
because it like keeps showing Thor in it or whatever,
Yeah.
which is so weird
Yeah.
to think of now. But you know what I love about that scene is that like Warren Beatty sits there, because it's all just seeing it. It's like it's you watching it.
Yeah.
It's like, and then it's over and it cuts back to him and he's like totally unfazed.
Yeah.
By, it's like so weird how he's just like, all right, whatever about the whole thing. You know what I'm talking about? It's just
Yeah.
really weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, and I feel like something like that is in this weird middle ground between being like genuinely New Hollywood-esque, but also kind of a Hollywood version of what they think that is at the
Yeah,
same
right,
time too.
right.
And it's like they're trying to do a Clockwork Orange.
Well,
like you
there's
said. It's
also,
kinda
should be
weird,
said,
like-
in mainstream Hollywood films as the 70s went on, especially after Watergate, the movies were allowed to be a little more
Yeah.
cynical than they had been because the culture was just so soaked in cynicism after Watergate and
Right.
the evolution of that. But this is at an earlier time where there is this, genuine desire that we need to embrace and love that, the everyday heroism of the common man, so to speak,
Yeah.
is what this movie is
Right.
in a lot of ways.
We're overworked. We're dead tired. Like, I mean, I haven't seen a clean shave in 18 months. Like, I mean, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, I mean, I feel like I guess we can kind of start wrapping it up about
Yeah.
Airport.
Yeah.
I
We're
feel
gonna
like
again
it-
we'll be returning to
yeah,
talking
but
about some
that
other ones.
and I feel like that's what's funny is that this movie is more like those types of things that we're talking about, more like the '60s version of this movie, whereas it seems like the following movies that we'll be seeing are much more like disaster movies, like
Yeah.
definitively,
and probably more chasing the headlines of the
yes,
day more
and
so
like
than
not
this.
as developed
Yeah.
of a movie, I would assume as this is.
Just
so-
to speak very briefly about Towering Inferno, which is from a few years later, and a movie I've seen and I liked. I actually first watched it and I've only seen it once in the context of writing a paper back in college about 60s and 70s era football stars who then
Yeah.
were transitioning into being actors in Hollywood and what their careers and their celebrities, what that said about black Americans.
Yeah.
O.J. Simpson has a small role in Towering Inferno, and that was
Yeah.
one of his first earlier acting roles. But the thing about Towering Inferno is that whole movie was sold on Paul Newman and Steve McQueen are like the two big leads in their own way. And there's like a brief scene where it's like, oh, they're like together or teaming up. In some ways, I mean, I feel like, those movies were the earliest version of this kind of whole Avengers syndrome or complex we're living in now of, oh, look at these big stars all come together
Yeah,
and interact. And I remember even at the time, before I'd seen more Paul Newman or Steve McQueen movies, just thinking, oh, I'd rather be hanging out with this Paul Newman guy than Steve McQueen, whatever. But, as far as, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed guy, I have certain preferences in that arena, I guess, for Paul Newman. But, so again, Airport, 1970, we watched on a Blu-ray. You got like a little mini
So we'll be coming
set,
back to these.
So we're going to be, again,
I was just
claiming
looking
more
about
baggage.
The Towering Inferno is 165 minutes long.
It feels it.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
I really do want to see this movie. Actually,
I've also not seen Earthquake either. I've not seen that.
Well,
Heston's the lead in that, and
Yes,
he's going to be
yeah.
the lead in one of these other ones.
Right.
I guess it should be said, I don't think Lancaster's in any of the other one of these. The only
Dean
recurring
Martin
actor
isn't
who's
either.
in all of them is George Kennedy.
Yes.
Right? And he plays the same character, I guess, right?
Yeah, yes, I think so. A couple other of these types of movies I want to mention. The Hindenburg.
Yeah.
I've always wanted to see that. I think that'd be an interesting idea for that type of movie. Avalanche in the 1970s.
Yeah.
As Robert Forster.
Yeah.
Then my personal favorite, by the sound of it, is a little movie called Roller Coaster. And I'm like, okay, so literally what can happen in that movie?
Yeah.
Like, I
Who's
think
in
that.
it?
Well, I'm trying to find it here. I think it has. I'm pretty sure it has George Segal.
Mm-hmm.
George Segal, Richard Widmark, Timothy Bottoms, Henry Fonda, Susan Strasberg, Helen Hunt. That's a movie right there.
Mm-hmm. See this
Stephen
banner
Perlman.
photo for
Yes,
Roller Coaster on Letterboxd.
That's just
George
but
Segal.
so like I want to read about this. So this movie came out in 1977. It says, "Watch out for the man watching the roller coaster." That's the tagline. And then the plot summary. The plot is about a guile young terrorist who is able to blackmail a series of companies by placing homemade radio-controlled bombs within their central attraction of amusement parks, roller coasters.
Wow.
The young man, played by Timothy Bottoms, gives a hard time to the cops after they give him UV mark money. He then wants revenge and places a bomb in a roller coaster at the most important amusement park event of the year. So
It's fascinating that they got Timothy Bottoms playing the kind of terrorist figure in this.
yeah,
There's a lot of these movies that are, you think about Nashville, that have these young assassin type characters, which is a reflection in a lot of ways of a lot of the assassinations of the 60s into the 70s were by younger white men specifically. And it's interesting. But it's interesting that in Airport, Van Heflin is older.
yes,
That he's not like
and
a young man
yeah.
necessarily.
He's a man that has it's taken him a long time to come to the conclusion that he literally is incompetent.
And that he's worth more dead than alive.
Yes, and that's a very and another thing about that movie, I think that's a very mature idea. Another thing in the movie is that I was surprised by is how blatantly abortion is discussed.
Yeah, and Roe v. Wade, I think, was in 71. I think that was ruled. This was right before that.
I was just like, wow, I can't believe. And I mean, of course, Ernest Hemingway's "Hills Like White Elephants" is one of the most shocking. And that was in the 1920s or 30s. Yeah. But they don't say what that is specifically, but it's about abortion. But this is, obviously
it was becoming less taboo across the 60s into the early 70s.
And so that was shocking as well. But
yeah,
I guess we can make the transition here. We were discussing Timothy Bottoms. We're going to discuss two very big Hollywood titans that died recently.
Just over the last several
first
days.
one was literally yesterday, I guess. Sidney Poitier.
Yeah, so
or the day before.
Yeah, I think it might have been the day before, and it was announced the next day. Sidney Poitier, and it's interesting talking about the 60s and into the 70s. I mean, he was one of the biggest stars, bar none. He had a run, particularly in the late 60s, that was... if you were paying attention to movies during that time and you consistently went to the theater, you were consistently hearing about and talking about a lot of Sidney Poitier movies. In particular, in 1967, he was in To Sir with Love, but even larger extent, In the Heat of the Night and Guess Who's Coming to Dinner. All of which are pretty huge movies in American cinema. I don't know where really to start with Sidney Poitier because he's such a huge figure. And frankly and admittedly, I've not seen as many of
I
his
haven't
movies
either,
as
yeah.
I would have liked to have
Yeah.
seen. But the first thing I thought of with his death, and he died at age 94, I believe it was. So he lived certainly a long, full life. I think he's survived by his wife Joanne Shimkus, and also he had 6 children. So again, first thing I thought of was the scene from In the Heat of the Night, and that's one of his most iconic movies. That's where he kind of plays, basically this black police detective who is from Philadelphia. He's from the North, who I can't remember exactly what the circumstances are. I think he's literally just kind of traveling through basically the area. No, let's see what it is. I couldn't quite remember. Police Chief Gillespie accused him of murder, but soon learns that Tibbs is a top homicide detective. I think he's just kind of traveling through the South and is accused of killing someone. Oh, he's black. So
It's
let's
in
blame
like
it on him.
Mississippi, yeah.
And he's like, "Whoa, I'm a police detective. How dare you say that to me?" And he gets involved in trying to investigate the
Right.
murder. It was widely retweeted after his death, and I remember seeing the movie, and it's one of those things. I saw the movie 50 years after it come out, but you still feel the importance of the impact of the movie. Where there's a scene where him and Rod Steiger, and they have this very fascinating
He's like
buddy
kind of
dynamic.
yeah,
He's the
racist
local
sheriff or whatever,
and
yeah.
he won an Academy Award, and he
Yeah.
was actually pretty
Rod
great.
Steiger's amazing.
He's
yeah.
a great actor
Yeah.
in general. Of them confronting this man in a greenhouse. You may have seen this scene before, and the man
Maybe.
slaps
Portier, yeah.
and he immediately responds and slaps him
Right.
back.
Yeah.
And he's just staggered. He's like,
Right.
he don't
Yeah.
even know what to say. He's like, this black man just slapped
Right.
me. How
Yeah.
dare he do that? And,
Yeah.
and he just slapped him. And he says something. The guy says something like, so many years ago, if you would have done that to me, I could have had this and that happen to you or whatever. And he's just kind of standing there and shrugs like, whatever, I don't care, and then like leaves.
Yeah.
And even Steiger himself is shocked by it. He's staggered, I guess you could say. And the guy asks Steiger, like, what are you going to do about this? And Steiger's just kind of standing there. He's kind of he's not sure what to do. He's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
very famously, the other scene in the movie where he says, well, what do you call you around here? They call you, he think the guy maybe used the N word or
Yeah.
something else, and he very famously says, they call me Mr. Tibbs. And that movie was a huge deal when it came out. The same year, Guess Who Coming to Dinner was a huge deal as well. But Portier represented for not only white Americans, but black Americans too, and he represented a lot of different things to a lot of different people. What black confidence looked like in the
Yeah,
60s.
yeah.
A time where the civil rights movement was, of course, at its like high water mark. And, I mean, a movie particularly like In the Heat of the Night comes out in 67. That's kind of as the high watermarks of the civil rights movement have started to wane, and it's giving more rise to what's going to eventually be kind
Black
of the
Power.
Black Power movement. And Portier represented a certain nice, clean confidence of what black success in America could look like, in the same way Harry Belafonte did.
Yeah.
And Belafonte was very actively
And he's
involved
still
in the
with
civil
us.
rights
He's
movement.
about the same age.
Yeah,
I
they're
believe, so.
about the same age,
Yeah.
yeah. And Portier, very famously, was the very first black man to win Best Actor. I think
Yeah.
it was in 1964. He won for a few years earlier. One movie we can also both talk about,
Yes.
The Defiant Ones.
Yes, that's the one I've been wanting.
Him and
to-
Tony Curtis
Yeah.
were in.
I think that movie is like every Stanley Kramer product I've ever heard of. One of the most genius ideas for a movie, and yet he bungles it. You know what I mean?
Well,
like,
Tony
it's a good
Curtis
movie.
and Portier are
Yeah.
so good
Oh,
in the
yeah.
movie, though.
No,
you
and the
know?
movie's fine.
And
I
it
mean,
rests on the performances.
Yeah, and the movie's
too.
fine. It's not. It's okay. I mean, there's nothing that wrong with it. It also has Lon Chaney Jr. in it, so maybe
Yeah.
that's part of the problem.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, it's amazing how a movie can be so genius.
Yeah.
About what its concept is of these two, this racist white guy and this black guy, both in the South, prisoners, escape,
Yeah.
and they're chained together And literally, it's about. I mean, it's such a simple premise, but it's about them getting along. There's this great. It's probably the best moment in the movie, and a lot of people talk about it. Is this moment where they're trying to jump on a train, and they're still chained together. And I think it's. I can't remember if it's Poitier's on the train and Curtis is on, but it's this kind of question of, is the other going to save the other and help them on the train? It's just like such a genius movie. Yeah. But it feels like it's trying too hard at the same time. You know what I mean? It feels like that's something that Kramer had a problem with. I think. Well,
later on he made,
and with Guess Who's Coming to Dinner, which
that's a movie I have more problems with,
and
I think
that.
I think it's fine enough. And the whole part of my problem with the movie is part of what the movie's about,
right?
In a good way, about a certain awkwardness white liberalism has with the Dick Tracy and not Dick Tracy, I'm sorry, Spencer Tracy and Hepburn characters.
No, Warren Beatty was not in that.
Yeah, we support the civil rights movement and we want all these changes to happen, but what happens when your white daughter brings a black man into the house? And I'm just consumed, my memory of that movie with Tracy just kind of walking around with his suit and not quite going, we really are in a pickle here, aren't we? And just like, it's tough because I understand that the movie is about such an awkwardness.
Yeah.
But I never feel like it's as well written as it should be in terms of trying to really, truly grapple with that. Yeah. And I feel like the movie has these invisible speed bumps that just keeps hitting and not quite getting over it. And just get over it. And I know part of it is just like our frustration now looking at that time and saying, just get over it. Who cares? And I get that there is a datedness to it that I do really understand in a fundamental way, but I'm still frustrated by just get over it. You know what I mean? Well, and I feel like even at the time, could have been a version of that could have been said. And I feel like the movie is giving the Tracy and Hepburn characters a little more of an out to be that way than it should. I don't know.
And I feel like the movie, and like you said, the movie is questioning the idea of white liberalism confronted with their liberalism in a direct way. I feel like that's a really interesting idea. I mean, it's the same thing. It's a really interesting idea.
And I feel like something like Get Out takes it to further extents in a horror realm. Right. You know what I mean?
But with this, it's too, like you said, it's just not. And I don't know. Personally, I don't feel that. I actually think even the movie was either too early or too late to have been made. Yeah. But either way, like honestly, I think it would have been better of a movie to be made in the 80s.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I think the biggest problem with the movie actually is Tracy and Hepburn should not have been. I don't think they're the right.
I guess the goal is like to cast them in that is like, oh, they're these titans of screen past, and Americans love them so much.
Yeah,
that it's about. It is kind of some stunt casting in the sense it's like their generation that you know and love and have been in all these movies. Now they are confronted with these modern issues.
I feel like a better version of that to have been done would have been like on Golden Pond era Henry Fonda, maybe.
Yeah.
Or even Paul Newman in the 80s.
Or Paul Newman, his older brother.
Sure.
Who's confronted with these ideas about his sister being with this black man.
And I think that would be more interesting because I'm sorry, just personally, when I see Tracy and Hepburn, and I don't know what their actual, they were Democrat, liberals, and I'm sure they were all for civil rights. But when I see people that were that old, this is awful of me, but I'm just like, oh, well, of course they would probably have a problem with that. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like it would have, and I mean, the movie was ahead of its time, I guess, but not.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because it's like, no, we should be at that point.
I want to use this a little bit as a way to say I want to talk most about Poitier in the midst of all this because it is his death that we're memorializing. Yes. And I want to see more of these movies. I forgot that he was in, I think, an adaptation of Raisin in the Sun.
Yes, which was I've seen that. Yeah.
Which was a huge play, obviously.
Yeah. It was all right. I wasn't that into it at the time, but I would probably like it more now. But
Lilies of the Field, I've heard good things about that. The Bedford Incident.
Oh, that's that movie that was kind of similar to Doctor Strangelove, and it had Richard Widmark in it, I think.
Yeah.
And Failsafe.
But the thing about Portier is, and I want to use the word slightly tragic, but I think that underscores actually the progress that was going on in the midst of all this. Most of these movies that he's in insist upon his race.
Yeah.
He could not just be like a Paul Newman. He could not just be like a Redford. He could not just be like these guys and just be a character. All of these movies, even the great ones, are like, he is a black man being in the midst, And I think that underscores what a great actor he was.
We wouldn't get something like that until, like, Sneakers.
Yeah,
Maybe,
I mean, that's
like,
later, and
yeah.
he's older by that
Right.
point, obviously, and he's with Redford in
Right.
that. But I just think that's part of a certain sadness I have with looking at him as a figure
Yeah.
is that he could not just be.
Yeah.
It always was his blackness and that's part of being black in Hollywood in any era. Is
Yeah.
your race is inevitably going to play a part in your whole identity. But if you go back and watch kind of a lot of interviews he did and his Oscar acceptance speech, the grace and the humility he had,
Yeah.
and the fact that he knew he had to carry that torch, he had to carry that flag, and to be as graceful and humble about it as
Yeah.
possible, speaks to what a great presence and star he was of that moment, that he's like, yeah, I can't just disappear into my roles like later on a Dustin Hoffman could,
Yeah,
or all these
right.
other actors, but that everybody who sees me, black or white, is gonna my racial identity is gonna have to be at the forefront of everything I do.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna try to take these parts that in other hands would likely become stereotypical or cliche and try to transform them. I think that's ultimately why he was such an important and vital figure in the film culture of that time, and that he will endure to be. And especially all the black actors who come up and had a little bit more range and ability to not just, quote, be black, even though that's still the majority of the roles they have to play, but they can be beyond that. I think I've heard actors like Morgan Freeman or Denzel Washington talk about what an inspiration he was. And if you think about just take Freeman and Washington as two examples, there are a lot of roles they have played that have insisted upon their blackness.
Yeah.
But you think about Denzel Washington, he's in particular a little bit even later than Freeman. Sure, he's had a lot of those roles, but he's also had a lot of roles, say what you will about Denzel or not, that allow him to be more than, quote, just black. He gets to be an actor and exist in a space that transcends that to a certain extent.
Yeah.
And that would not have been possible in many ways if not for the Sidney Poitiers of the world who had those stepping stones that allowed black actors to be themselves in a way that past actors certainly couldn't have been.
Yeah.
So, and there was a really great anecdote that was circulating on Twitter as well of really for some time wanted to see also I forgot an early role he was in was Blackboard Jungle.
Right. Yeah.
The Glenn Ford movie. He's really good in that. He kind of plays a young student of his. What's the movie? Is it Edge of the City?
Yeah, Edge of the City with
that he was-
Cassavetes.
Yeah, the Cassavetes.
Yeah. Mhm.
That they worked together and become friends, I think, through making that movie. That was in 1957 that came out. That there was this anecdote that I think Poitier had maybe written in one of his memoirs or had written somewhere about Cassavetes wanted him to be in some movie of his. I can't remember what it was. And that, like, Cassavetes, like...
Would it have been Shadows, maybe, you think? Or that
I
would
think
have
it
been...
might have been something slightly later,
Okay.
I think. I'm not sure. I can't quite remember.
I just know that movie's very important for having a lot of big black characters in the movie.
It may have
it's
been.
really important. You know,
I can't quite
but,
remember.
Yeah, I don't... Yeah,
And
I'm
that,
not sure. But...
And it should be said also that Poitier, he transitioned into being... He directed a lot of randomly big movies, like Stir Crazy.
He directed that?
Yeah.
I didn't know
that. He also directed some Bill Cosby movies as well, which
Yeah.
I know he was friends with him. Let me see. Actor. Yeah, if you go to his directing credits, some of the movies he directed was Buck and the Preacher, Warm December, Uptown Saturday Night, which I've heard is good.
Yeah.
Let's Do It Again, Piece of the Action, Stir Crazy, Hanky Panky, some Gene Wilder movies, several here. Fast Forward, and then Ghost Dad. with Bill Cosby.
Yeah.
So he went on to direct like Cassavetes too. But Cassavetes wanted him to be in some movie. I don't remember which one it was. And that, like, at first, Portier just kind of, he's friends with Cassavetes, so he says, oh, yeah, I'll be in that. And said that, like, Cassavetes, there was just, like, this little pause, and Cassavetes was, like, seeing something below the line or whatever, and said, don't do it just because I want you to do it. Don't do artistic favors for people when if your heart's not totally in it. He was saying that, like, no, if you don't want to do it, that's fine. Don't do it. And that he found that to be a very valuable lesson, and he's glad that he even said that to him. And again, I'm not sure what the movie was, but just thinking about those two and taking the race out of it, as far as two actors who were coming from that time period in like the kind of mid to late 50s who were transitioning into directing, that they were both wildly successful in their own ways, and I mean, Cassavetes was able to direct a lot more movies. I feel like
they did things for their own respective fields that clearly independent cinema is not as important as civil rights in cinema and in general. But I feel like they were both came out of that era of the method that were two of the more successful randomly of what it seemed like they wanted to do.
Yeah.
Because somebody like Brando was just a crash and burn disaster of a human being, and came back in different ways. And then of course Cliff died.
He had a bad car wreck. And James Dean died.
And so like I feel like it's interesting to think about them together of different.
They made it further along in their careers in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And somebody like Paul Newman, certainly, he obviously had a wildly
and
popular, successful career.
And Portier's influence will live on more than any of these, I think, because of that. And
again, like I said, I don't want to use the word tragic, like I said, but there is a certain sadness I feel that he was never allowed to just be an actor. He was always the big black actor, you know what I mean? And I don't even want to touch this too deeply, because I don't think it's our space as white people to be talking about this to an extent. But I know within the black community, he was a slightly more divisive figure. Divisive might be a strong word to put on it, but I guess there was a thought back then that, he's just the quote safe black man that white people want to see. And so within the black community, there were more conversations about, is he really that? And even the quote safe in quotes black figure is still in a moment in the movie like In the Heat of the Night, which is wildly controversial, or like, oh wow, look at what he's doing. And so even that quote safe figure in quotes was for a lot of white America still wildly dangerous and wildly
that even
scary.
Somebody like Jim Brown wasn't able to accomplish on that level.
And somebody like Jim Brown, he was much more interested in doing genre movies. I mean, he was not trying to be this big dramatic actor in the same way.
But that even somebody though that was in the pop culture like Jim Brown never accomplished even something like that either. He's still alive too. He's pretty old.
Yeah, he is pretty old. Yeah, I mean he was playing professional football in the 1950s.
Yeah,
so I mean he's been around for a long, long time. So rest in peace, Sidney Poitier. Again, there's a lot of his movies I want to see that I have not. Also, I know, and specifically about In the Heat of the Night, which is the first thing I'm really thinking of with him, I would recommend you go and read. Cam Austin Collins wrote the Criterion essay for that, and he's a brilliant black critic and talks about a lot of this stuff far better than I could. So I would seek that out. You can find that on Criterion's website. Someone we both have even more knowledge of and familiarity with, also a staggering loss in a variety of other ways, Peter Bogdanovich. Let me look him up for a second. I'm not sure exactly how old he was.
He's 82.
So he was not as old as Portier, but 82 years old. I don't even know where to start with him because there's a lot to talk about. What for you does kind of Peter Bogdanovich, what did he represent to kind of the film culture? Your understanding of it?
We've talked before, and I think this will transition nicely into the Landis idea when we talk about that here in a little bit. He was one of the first filmmakers that grew up on movies.
Yeah.
Like how Landis grew up on TV and movies. And he's somebody that saw everything I mean, he
Obsessively.
engorged himself
Yeah.
in cinema. I mean,
I think he said that he had little note cards of like he'd write a little review of every movie, and he'd come to have like 5,000. Yeah.
Which is even more shocking in an era of the 40. I think he was born in the 30s. In the 40s,
He was born in 39.
in the 40s and 50s, that he would have access to that many movies. Because it's not like you could go down to the video store. You had to go see the movies.
Yeah, that's
you
what
got to
he
go
did.
see them movies.
Yeah, that's
I
what he
mean,
did.
he had to go to the movie theaters, and I
Yeah.
mean, he lived in New York, I guess, right?
Yeah.
So
I think so, yeah.
so there would have been a little more access to that. Same thing with Martin Scorsese
Yeah.
as well. But and a lot of that whole class of filmmaker at that time had grown up on the movies. Spielberg as well and Lucas.
Yeah.
But Coppola not as much, but still.
Well, still, he's of a generation
right,
of the
but- yeah. But that Bogdanovich, more than anybody else of this group, was truly a cinephile in ways that
So the only one that really holds a candle to him is
is
Scorsese.
Scorsese. Yeah, but I feel like Bogdanovich represented, though, a certain, and in the 70s, and why people began to tire of him and not like him, was a confidence, an arrogance, even about his knowledge about cinema, and how he was the savior of it in so many ways, and bringing it back to its former glory as he would see it. I guess
he's a very clear example to me of the American manifestation of what Truffaut and Godard were in France
Yes.
in terms of critics turned filmmaker.
Yes, yeah.
I mean he really early on staked his little film education on these extensive monographs and interviews he did of the biggest directors, Ford, Hawks, which another thing is too,
Yeah.
like whether before we even really knew who he was a voice that was in the background of TCM. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I mean, he was all when we were even starting to pay attention to movies, and you watch TCM, and you'd hear his voice before you even really knew who he was. One of the funniest things of all time was the documentary he made was directed by John Ford, I think, and he's asking. I'm just going to put some audio of this in here.
11, take one.
Take one. More than one take, will I? Shoot.
Mr. Ford, you made a picture called Three Bad Men, which was a large-scale Western. You had a quite elaborate land rush in it.
Mm-hmm.
How did you shoot that?
With a camera.
Isn't The Sun Shines Bright kind of a little picture that you made for yourself? Would that fall in the same?
Uh-huh.
Mr. Ford, I've noticed that that your view of the West has become increasingly sad and melancholy over the years. I'm comparing, for instance, Wagon Master to The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance. Have you been aware of that change in mood?
No.
Now that I pointed out, is there anything you'd like to say about it?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't.
Can I ask you what particular element about the Western appealed to you from the beginning?
I wouldn't know.
Would you agree that the point of Fort Apache was that the tradition of the Army was more important than one individual?
Cut.
I mean, the fact that like he would just
You did a picture called Three Bad Men, which, by the way, I've looked up is like a random silent movie in the 20s that nobody knows or cares
Except
about.
him,
Yeah. I mean, I think what and we'll come back to that in a second, but I think what represents him more than anything is that moment in Targets, which is important to mention, is part of his podcast.
Yes, it is.
Constantly.
Yeah.
There's that moment where he's watching Criminal Code on TV, and it's like one of the first big Boris Karloff random movie. This would have been actually, I guess this would have been after or right around the same time as Frankenstein. I'm not sure. Let me look this up here, but which is a Howard Hawks film, and like, Criminal Code's on. Like, who cares about Criminal Code? Like. I mean,
that reminds me of certain students who had Scorsese at NYU said he would like walk in looking disheveled. You could tell he'd been up watching movies all night, and he'd have the.
So yes, Criminal Code came out literally January of '31, so it would have been.
He'd literally have the TV guide, and he'd be like, "It was like, all right, Each Dawn I Die is going to be on tonight at this station. Like, make sure to watch it. And he'd have the TV guide open and would just be telling them when to watch or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
But you know, even in Targets, like, that whole relationship that he plays a character in the movie, Bogdanovich, has with Karloff, this love and admiration, that is just ripped right from his own love and admiration of all these directors and filmmakers that he is. Hitchcock, Howard Hawks, Ford.
Biggest being Orson Welles.
Orson Welles. I think we're gonna talk about that even a little later because that was a much more instrumental relationship.
Yeah.
That is expressed in the relationship in Targets in many ways, is that love and admiration.
Yeah, and I think that, and so that I think is what is so when people think of like Tarantino today.
Yes.
Being Bogdanovich was, I think, the first iteration of such a thing.
Yeah.
And sadly, I feel like, the 3 movies of his I've seen, because I've only seen 3 Bogdanovich movies, actually, believe it or not. I haven't actually seen very many, but the 3 of his I've
just
seen
a few more, but
are
Targets,
The Last Picture Show, and Paper Moon. And I think all of those are incredibly amazing movies in various ways. I think Targets is one of the most important genre movies ever made. I think that's so... because I'm interested in the Karloff stuff and the more Corman-esque aspects of the movie, but the stuff about the killer guy in the movie, I think, is some of the most chilling, haunting, disturbing. The only other movie I can think of that's like that is Taxi Driver, on the level of being, and that's kind of proto Taxi Driver in many ways, and coming off of the Charles Whitman shootings in the 60s, and even Lee Harvey Oswald, and that, I think that's some stuff that even today, when I watched it for the first time was 2020, it sent chills down my spine. Some of that stuff is so horrifying.
Another thing too about that is just like that he also, like some of these other new Hollywood filmmakers, come up through the Corman pipeline, and that he's taking a Corman-esque movie and then making a genuine piece of art out of that. Yeah. He's not just going to make like even something like Boxcar Bertha, the Scorsese movie. That's a fairly conventional. It's got Scorsese's flashes in it, but it could be made by a variety of other people. But Targets is Bogdanovich very specifically taking that type of movie and doing something denser with it that needs to be done.
And real quickly to mention Boxcar Bertha, which I haven't seen, famously John Cassavetes, who is a good friend of Scorsese's, mentor in many ways, said to him, I'll amend exactly what he said. He's like, all right, you spent a year making a piece of crap. Don't do it again. Yeah. And Scorsese was like kind of shocked, but was like, oh, okay. And then I guess he never did that again,
Did,
And so, Cassavetes, one of the
patron
greats,
saint,
yes. But the Last Picture Show, and you can speak a lot more about this, film. And you can speak a lot more about this because you've read the book as well, and I think that when I first saw that movie, I kind of low-key hated it. Mm-hmm. I thought that it was too far. I just was uncomfortable about the amount of sex in the movie. I found to be, it's not all that explicit, especially for today, but for then it was a big deal. But specifically the sexual relationships within this small town. And I felt like it just was a little bit much for me. I was like, okay, I get it, whatever. Yeah. And I still feel that way maybe slightly about that, but I feel like it obviously feeds into the desperation that the characters feel in the movie, and it's a part of that. But I think one of the greatest scenes in any movie, I think about it all the time, is the titular moment in the movie of the Last Picture Show at the theater.
Red River, I think it's the last
Red
movie.
River.
Yeah.
And I remember the image of everybody getting up and walking out, and the screen going black,
and the silence,
and them just walking out is one of the most just transcendent, impactful, heartbreaking moments in any movie I've ever seen. If this is the last, it sounds like corny to say that's the last picture show in these people's lives, almost in a way. It's like the movies are over almost for them. And it's interesting how he can take... only so many people who really know cinema can do this, and Tarantino has done this multiple times. Like I said, with, I think, things in many movies, but especially in Inglourious Basterds that he's done, that he said about movies and the power of movies, is that in that moment he's, taking what he thinks about movies and making it real for people. Of the idea of like the idea that cultural devastation only truly happens when the movies are gone, like, and that the town is truly dead when they can't even keep.
And a
the
lot of
movies running
let me just
anymore.
add to that.
Like,
the whole
you know.
idea is that almost all of, especially of his 70s, like his Target's going through all of his 70s movies. All of Bogdanovich's movies really insist upon the cinematic nature of them.
Yeah.
And again, talking about Tarantino, he was one of the first he was the proto Tarantino in terms of like, I've seen all these movies and look how clever I am
Yeah.
about it. And there's a certain joy in that. There's also a certain like condescension in that towards the audience to an extent, even in his most successful movies. But what I think makes the Last Picture Show work is that he's clearly someone who loves and understands cinema in these very fundamental ways. But that's one of the movies that insists less upon that than others.
Yeah.
And I think like you said, that ultimate point and the ultimate love letter to cinema that it is that this town literally has nothing. This town has no outlet whatsoever to express any hopes, any dreams, and that this one single screen cinema was all that they had, and now that's gone. And the sadness and the tragedy of that. And what I love is, again, all these other movies he makes really insist upon his love and the nature of cinema, but that one is a little less insistent, but actually the most impactful because of that, you know. And that's a movie that when I first saw it, I liked it. I liked it quite a bit actually, but it didn't stick in my memory. And I remember I've got it over there as part of that BBS set, and certain other movies of that ilk, especially Five Easy Pieces, which we've done a whole podcast on. Go listen to that. I really loved and is one of my favorite movies. Not that long ago, I guess it would have been late 2019, I then went back and read the novel, The Last Picture Show by Larry McMurtry. And as great as the movie is, and the movie is great, the book's even better, I think. And that's actually a very accurate book to movie adaptation. The movie is a pretty good reflection of the book.
Yeah.
It excises some things naturally, but that's just the nature of adaptation. Brilliant book, and the book in many ways is talking about all the same stuff the movie is, about this sadness of small town life. And not sure exactly when the book came out, mid to late 60s. I don't think it was that much longer.
It was the paper. There's a paperback version of the book in Mad Men towards the end of that show, is in like 67, 68, I believe. Would have been when the novel would have been written, probably.
Yeah.
But yeah, I need to read that because it.
And we just lost Larry McMurtry relatively recently too, and he's someone. I think that's the only novel of his I've read. But everything I've ever seen that this man touched is brilliant, or one of the best things I've ever seen, frankly. Because in terms of endearment, I've not read that book, but that movie I love. He adapted also Brokeback Mountain. I think a lot of that. And so I really wanted to take a bigger deep dive into Larry McMurtry.
And even Lonesome Dove, I know people swear by. I haven't read or seen, but
right. When did friggin' that book come out? I'm trying to find it. Anyways, it would have been a little bit before that. And the book is in the movie too, is a very subtle period piece. It's not like hitting you over the head about it, but it's actually kind of in the early 50s is when it's taking place.
They're late 60s, or I mean early 60s, wasn't it, man?
No, I think it's actually a little earlier than you even think it is.
Okay.
I think because
Red River came out in the late 40s, right?
Yeah, and I think like Jeff
up.
Bridges' characters were going off to Korea,
right? So,
but anybody who would have been seeing that movie in '71 would have been thinking about Vietnam, obviously.
It's like MASH in that way, as far as but better.
But the movie, I mean, we saw the movie again recently after I had read that book, and it was the same movie I remembered it to be, but it was just even quite a bit better than I even remembered it to be. I mean, you know, the and I think one of the best things about Bogdanovich's movies was the performances that he was able to get. Ben Johnson in that movie is amazing. I think he told Ben Johnson, he said, "I'm going to win you an Academy Award for Best Supporting Actor for this," and
Yeah, he did win. Yeah,
Cloris
No, Ben
Leachman is
Johnson,
also amazing in the movie.
No, I mean when I think, and this is what I was going to say about the movie is that I think that the other best.
Yeah,
scene
Leachman
in
also
the movie
won Best Supporting Actress.
Is the last scene of the movie when Timothy Bottoms goes back to her house, and they have a very interesting relationship because she's kind of one of the older women in the town that everybody's forgotten about except him, and even he seems to kind of forget about her. But that what's interesting about that movie is that when they go off to Mexico and come back, Ben Johnson had died while they had been gone. That young boy in the town gets, I think, run over by a car or a truck or something. He dies. Everybody's moved away, and it's like there's literally, it feels like, I mean, because there are movies that try to do the whole desolation and emptiness.
No, that movie
truly makes you feel empty by the end, and like, but that scene at the end when he goes back to her house, and it feels like they are the only two people in that town, literally, except for some other old people that live there, and it's just them sitting in the kitchen.
Yeah.
When Cloris Leachman passed, that's the first thing I thought of. Not even Frau Brooker, not even her on Mary Tyler Moore, which I've been watching, that she was on. That was the first thing I thought of, is just her in that movie.
Well, she also recently passed, too.
Great.
Last year. Yeah.
And so, yeah, I mean, that's one of those movies that the more I think about it, the better it gets. And I haven't seen What's Up, Doc, but I know that movie was a big deal for kind of the screwball comedy. That's a very interesting movie to make.
Well, no, I was going to say, he had variety. I mean, he could do a movie like Last Picture Show and then do this very in color.
Yeah.
I think he wanted to do.
Yeah.
He loved doing that, but he's like, I want to do something very different now. And so he had lots of different modes. And What's Up, Doc? That's more what I'm thinking of when I'm talking about a Tarantino-esque thing in terms of, look at how clever I am. Look at these references that I'm making. And the movie's actually good, and Streisand in particular is really good. And one of his big leading man of this time period, obviously, was Ryan O'Neal, who's in What's Up, Doc, Paper Moon, later on also Nickelodeon, which is a movie I've also seen from him. And I think in that movie in particular, he wanted John Ritter. He really wanted to make John Ritter a star, I know.
Nickelodeon?
Yeah, he wanted to make him the lead. And he has a smaller part in the movie.
Because Reynolds is also in that, Burt Reynolds.
Yeah, and he worked with Burt Reynolds several times. I've not seen At Love Long Last. This was a musical that has Reynolds, Sybil Shepherd, Madeline Kahn in it. And it's a period thing. And that was kind of as he, was going more through the 70s, Daisy Miller, At Love Long Last, Nickelodeon, those all movies were flops.
Oh, yeah.
And that was around the time where he was, again, kind of a divisive figure in Hollywood. This is the first time I'm saying this. I should have said this earlier. There is an amazing podcast series that TCM did where it's Ben Mankiewicz kind of talking with him about his whole life and career that I would recommend you go seek out because he's very open.
Yeah.
About a lot of mistakes he thinks he's made, but also saying, but I think so-and-so did this to me and that to me. And he was becoming a little bit of a reviled figure by the mid-'70s, as was, in general, the whole new Hollywood movement.
And even
more and
a little
more,
bit.
And he typified it.
And even just a tad before somebody like that would happen to Francis Ford Coppola.
Yeah.
That was kind of starting to happen around the same time of people kind of after, this would have been
early
happening.
70s
Basically,
success.
after The Godfather Part 2, you started to see when he was making Apocalypse Now, that was the true
Apocalypse Wind,
and then, and then definitively with One from the Heart, that was
Yeah.
where people were just sick of him.
Yeah.
But that with Bogdanovich, that seemed to happen even quicker.
Well, he was someone who cultivated his celebrity status even more so than Coppola. Coppola was like, I want to be a filmmaker. That's what I am. He was trying to be not exactly an actor, but like a sex symbol, which is very bizarre. Of a filmmaker
maybe
or
a
director
way to
trying
describe
do
it. He was trying to be the cinematic equivalent of Gore Vidal in certain ways.
Yeah, I mean, that's and of someone who look at all that I know and how smart I am, and
I know the Sybil Shepherd affair was a big tabloid thing too.
Yeah, he was married to Polly Platt,
Yeah.
and then had this affair with Sybil Shepherd, and then eventually and then they had a whole romance across most of the 70s, and then he ended up being with the Playboy model Dorothy Stratton, which ended in a disastrous, tragic affair where her ex-husband killed her, murdered her, and then committed suicide. And that devastated him.
I think
as
that,
it would
and I think
anybody
that in
else,
many
you know.
ways kind of screwed up the rest of his life, and in many ways that he never recovered from that. I don't think.
Yeah.
It seems. So.
But I mean, again, What's Up, Doc? I think it's really good, and that's kind of seen especially a revival in recent years, and more people have liked it. I don't insist upon its greatness like others. Streisand in the movie though is really good. Paper Moon, I think, is maybe his second best film, and that's a movie that I really like. But then I saw Alice in the Cities, and like a little less than I did, but it is still pretty great. Paper Moon is, and that was notable for obviously.
Tatum O'Neal. At that time was the youngest Oscar winner. Is she still?
She might be. I think actually. There's been other nominees that have been young, but I think she was. Yeah. Daisy Miller, I've not yet watched, is literally staring me right here in the face. I got cheap at Tybrisa Books recently.
Maybe we'll try to do
need
that.
to try to watch it. As I said, I've not seen it at Long Last Love. Excuse me. Nickelodeon is good. Actually pretty good, I'd say. I've not seen Saint Jack. I've heard that's kind of underrated. That has Ben Gazzara in it. They All Laughed has a huge cult following to it. I know that was the last performance that Dorothy Stratton was in. A lot of people say that's actually pretty good. I've not seen.
I know that was a big flop and very reviled at the time as well. But then Mask, I know, was a big.
That was kind of a comeback for him.
Comeback,
where that has Eric Stoltz and Cher in it. I know he talks about this in the podcast. With Ben Mankiewicz, there were a lot of problems he had with the soundtrack of that movie.
Yeah,
I know,
it was. He wanted it to be Springsteen, but it was Bob Seger.
Yeah,
yeah,
and they switched it out, and he got real mad about that.
Yeah.
It says the Springsteen songs were eventually restored in a director's cut of the movie. And there were some more recent movies that I've heard good things about, like The Cat's Meow. She's Funny That Way ended up being his last narrative feature that he made, which I've heard is not the greatest movie, but has some good little moments and performances in it. He also made Texasville, which is an adaptation of a book sequel of Last Picture Show, which I'll one day read the book and watch the movie. But I feel like Last Picture Show is such a concise, brilliant thing. I don't know why you'd want to go back to that.
It's kind of the same thing with there's a sequel to Terms of Endearment, a book and a movie. I don't think that James L. Brooks directed that.
Yeah.
But that is also a movie I know, I'm aware of that. But, yeah.
But also, he was an actor who popped up in some things. I've been recently rewatching The Sopranos. Loosely in the wake of Many Saints of Newark, because I just want to start doing that again. And it's just one of the most welcome surprises every once in a while. Oh, Peter Bogdanovich is now in The Sopranos. And his character in particular in that was interesting because it was like the most meta aspects of the show. It was, he was Lorraine Bracco's therapist.
Yeah.
And so it's like therapy within therapy. And those scenes are fascinating because I've never seen this depicted in anything else of like therapists going to therapist and the chess matches that are happening and like the complexes within complexes and the that whole relationship was fascinating within the show. He even directed an episode that's actually I'll be coming up on soon. I'm in the middle of the 5th season right now. Written by Matthew Weiner. He actually joined in season 5 of called Sentimental Education. So last thing I really wanted to end on when thinking about Bogdanovich was his relationship to Orson Welles.
Yeah.
Which has been widely talked about and written about in not only recent days, but for a long, long time. A lot of people see a lot of parallels between Welles' own career and Bogdanovich's own career as well, and that he almost become Welles over the course of his career. He was a very formative mentor to Bogdanovich, Welles was. And that was at a time where Welles had fallen out of favor in the 60s. And he's like, no, Welles is literally like maybe the greatest filmmaker who's ever lived, and really wanted to study under him and become his friend, and was even allowed him to stay in his home for a period of time where Welles was almost destitute.
Yeah.
And it was very instrumental in keeping Welles' career alive. And he was instrumental in the initial production of The Other Side of the Wind. And very movingly, I think this story had been written about and had been talked about some time before this, but it had been remembered in the last several days, was that there was a particular dinner that they were in the midst of having that Wells almost grabbed Bogdanovich and said, if I die or something happens, you need to make sure this movie is finished. And that at the moment, Bogdanovich kind of laughed and said, that's kind of a random amount of pressure you're putting on me, Orson, to do that. And that he indeed was instrumental in all these years later, The Other Side of the Wind formally being finished and going out into the world. And I think, Bogdanovich can stand on his own terms, but I think in particular his relationship to Wells and his love and admiration for Wells, even in the midst when they fell out and had not the best relationship, that is the summation of who Bogdanovich is and represented ultimately over the course of the film culture.
Yeah, and I think that's tragic that what I've heard of how Wells ended up kind of treating him and not that it wasn't a mutual, I'm sure, issue.
Yeah.
But I think that's really important, and I think we owe everything of The Other Side of the Wind, which is a really amazing movie.
Yeah.
And I think that people kind of don't get that. I mean, some people agree, a lot of people did agree, but I know there was some people like, I don't know, this is kind of I thought it was really good.
Yeah, I agree.
I know that was kind of an event when it came out that it was watched.
And also, there's a really amazing documentary that is not as good as the movie, but I'd say is really, really good about the whole production of that, and goes into talking a little bit more about the specifics of Bogdanovich and Wells' relationship. And so I'd recommend watching that as well. It's on Netflix also. So rest in peace both to Sidney Poitier and Peter Bogdanovich. I mean, one after the other there, and then also, Betty White had passed, and that meant a great deal to a great many people. Some of the biggest, most fundamental people to our culture that had not, Poitier especially, he's never going to be forgotten. He's always going to be an important figure. But Bogdanovich also, two titans of film culture. Now, may they rest in peace.
Yeah.
So, now into the subject for today, Into the Night from 1985. Levi, give us the deets on Into the Night.
Well, can I do my belated segue?
Oh yes, please do.
So the last thing that I saw Bogdanovich, it's even better now that it's just like so transparent.
Yeah.
The last time we had seen Bogdanovich in anything that I recall was he had a cameo in It Chapter 2 as a film director.
Oh, yeah. And I remember when that happened, I was like, what?
Like, which is so weird.
Yeah.
This movie also has cameos from film directors.
There you go.
Segue, baby. All right. So, Into the Night.
Into the night. As we'll hear later.
It's a 1985 American black comedy thriller. I don't know if it's a black comedy exactly. I mean, there's things about it that are dark, but okay. Written by John Landis, starring Jeff Goldblum and Michelle Pfeiffer. Has many cameo appearances. It doesn't say here what the definitive... I can just summarize it. Basically, there's this like aerospace engineer and depressed insomniac Ed Oken, played by Jeff Goldblum, who's like his wife is cheating on him. He's just kind of...
It's just very listless.
Yeah,
very outwardly successful, but clearly unhappy with this listlessness.
Just
of his
in
life.
the middle of the night when he can't sleep, decides he's going to fly somewhere. So he goes to the airport. And all of a sudden...
ensues.
Yeah. And then Michelle Pfeiffer
falls on his car,
running away from these like Arab gunmen.
Yeah.
And falls on his car. And then the rest is showbiz history.
Yeah.
He gets dragged into this whole really big like conspiracy caper about these like stones from the Middle East.
Yeah.
That different people have in Hollywood or something, and he basically is driving her around and gets caught up into all these different crazy events.
Yeah.
So, it stars everyone, director-wise. But anyway, so, all right, Jeff Goldblum is Ed Oken. We've talked about Jeff Goldblum in the past. Obviously, our first podcast was Jurassic Park. Another one was Life Aquatic.
Oh, yeah.
So we've talked...
I guess he's our record holder right now. Well, he's one of those figures like a Sam Jackson that...
Yeah.
Over the course of a lot of years has just been involved in so many things. I mean, you're going to return to him.
Yes.
What do you think he adds to this role?
I think he's a really good person for this role because he represents a sort of milk toast especially at this point in his career. I feel like as he went on, he got more outsized and quirky and weird. But by the way, that video interview that's on this Blu-ray is him at his wackiest. I mean, he's just like almost replaying the role or something. It's like he's like, oh yes, and like, and I mean, go watch that. It's on YouTube. It's like an interview about this movie that was done only a few years ago. It's interesting
for this Blu-ray.
But I think he's really good. I mean, because originally it was going to be like Jack Nicholson, and I love Jack Nicholson. I mean, he's one of my favorite actors, but I don't see him in this movie. I think that.
Well, and also similarly, there's an interview with John Landis. Who talks about the making of this and everything, and that initially Nicholson had read it, and he tells this whole story. You go watch it. About driving up to his home in like Colorado, and said he had just seen The Shining, and it was in the middle of a snowstorm. And he was like,
and he opened the door and screamed, "Hey, Johnny!" And he was like, "You son of a bitch," or whatever. But and then he explained to him why he wasn't going to be in the movie.
Like, very nicely, but it's also
why did you bring me all the way up here for that?
And then he also said that Gene Hackman.
Which
that would have been.
Yeah, because originally I guess they wanted an older actor for it. I guess they were thinking like Night Moves era. Gene Hackman.
Even that, movie. I don't know. Gene Hackman feels a little too, and I say this as somebody who loves and adores Gene Hackman, a little too rough and gruff for a part like this. I mean, not to say he couldn't. I mean, he's done something like The Conversation, where that's a different side of it. But like this, I think Goldblum is perfect for this movie. I mean, he's almost designed as a presence to be in a movie like this because he's handsome, but he's also quirky. He's offbeat. He looks like a guy who's an insomniac and is having trouble sleeping and is just going out looking for a sense of danger or trouble. And that's what he finds. Like, he's kind of perfect.
It's kind of like Griffin Dunne in After Hours, which came out the same year. It's actually interesting. Those two movies are pretty similar to each other. I prefer this one actually to After Hours, which a lot of people would literally be.
Yeah, because After Hours has a huge love and cult fandom,
and I like
this
it.
has one, but not nearly as big as that
well,
one
and even Something Wild, which I think is the best out of those three, and I love. I think that. And that Jeff Daniels is perfect for that as well. I mean, I feel like every movie got that right person for the movie. But I think the movie wouldn't be the movie without him at all. I mean, it's his movie. Michelle Pfeiffer also as Diana, the beautiful damsel, femme fatale. Yes, as he would say.
This would have been, I guess, one of her first roles after Scarface.
Yeah, which would have been one of her first, probably her big coming out movie. I think she's really quite good in Scarface, which is a movie that isn't very good. So, her in this, I mean, she's great. I mean, she's great.
She's one of the most beautiful women who's ever walked the face of the earth, maybe. I mean, in particular in the 80s. But she's more than just a beautiful face. She's a really good actor. I mean, something like, this is actually a movie that a lot of people love. I'm not overly in love with. Married to the Mob. Jonathan Demme. A good enough movie. She is really, really good in that. And she is... And Dean Stockwell actually was really good in that too. But she is, I think, really good in this and has this sense of lovable femme fatale and this mystery about her, but ultimately a vulnerability as well. I mean, she's the perfect package for exactly what that role needs.
Right. Dan Aykroyd as her.
Your boy Dan Aykroyd.
I mean, I don't want to talk too long about this. We've kind of talked about this in the past. To say I hate Dan Aykroyd would make it sound
like you even think about him or care about him.
Yeah, because now I hate Chevy Chase. That is a definite thing. I feel like to hate Dan Aykroyd would have to be to admit that I wouldn't even like a movie like
Blues Brothers,
which I do. He's just a presence, though, that I feel like, I feel like among that group of early SNL folks, you have somebody like, I feel like the ones who were really successful come out of like Gilda Radner, or Bill Murray or John Belushi, some of those early. But people like Chase and Aykroyd, I'm just like, I'm mystified by. I
think for me, with both of them, and they have different versions of this, there is this like unnecessarily smug confidence that both of them have in different ways. Chase is even worse than Aykroyd's, but that I'm just really mystified by. And Aykroyd's presence in this is pretty minimal. It's actually not that big of a role. But, of course, we mentioned Blues Brothers. He had already worked with Landis so they had a
Yeah,
prior relationship, obviously. With
Yeah,
that.
and so
he just kind of plays his whatever buddy. Friend,
he plays
you know.
himself in many ways, you know, a useless a-hole, you know. Bruce McGill is Charlie. Now, Bruce McGill he's been in a lot of different things. He was also in, notably before this, had been in, I'm trying to think of what it is, Animal House.
Yeah.
Also was in a lot of Michael Mann movies like Collateral. That's usually one of the things
everybody loves to watch his scene in the Insider of his courtroom scene.
Okay.
If you've seen
No,
that, where
I
he
don't
just
think
like
I have.
blesses out a guy, just
Oh,
like
really? I have
outright
to look
just
that up.
destroys him. Yeah.
Yeah, and also in Ali. But yeah, he's been in a lot of stuff. In this movie, he plays the Elvis impersonator brother of Michelle Pfeiffer in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
He had also been in The Hand, that Oliver Stone horror movie. I think he was the lead of that. No. Michael Caine was what he. That's interesting. But and the Ballad of Gregorio Cortez, I've heard of that. Silkwood, obviously, that's a big movie around that time.
Yeah.
But Wildcats, No Mercy, and Club Paradise all in 1986.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking. That's my Last Boy Scout, my cousin Vinny. Cliffhanger, A Perfect World. A lot of different that movie's always made me laugh. The poster for that.
Yeah, what's his character name? D-Day in Animal
But
House.
yeah,
though?
D-Day. Yeah, he's the guy that rides a motorcycle around. Yeah, but he's really funny in this. He's just like only
He's
in
got
a couple
like a
scenes.
scene. Really, I remember.
That's
him,
like he's just freaking out, and he's dressed up as Elvis, and it's just like, yeah, and like on his car that they use in part of the movie, it's like The King Lives or whatever. It's just like, oh
I'm
my
sure
God.
Grandmama,
Which is funny because
grandmother had a crush on if she would have seen this movie.
Yeah,
like, oh, that's
and
my
it's
kind of
interesting
man.
too that this is only 8 years after the death of Elvis too. So this is like
Already
an
the
early
cult.
Elvis cult. It's kind of interesting. David Bowie is Colin Morris. I feel like he's one of the most memorable things in the movie. He's only in 2 scenes, but anywhere David Bowie shows up, I feel like he's kind of the thing, you know. So
I mean, what is there to say about David Bowie? Maybe they're like, I think in terms of pure artistry and talent, maybe the greatest pop star to ever live. In terms of
yeah, I agree.
In that space of what a pop star is, I mean, and he was a really good actor too. I mean, he's not in this a whole lot, but he's very memorably in it, I feel like. And I think he actually was, shorter in real life than he was in the movie, and they kind of had to like make him
got
look
an
a
apple
little,
box. Yeah, we'll talk about that in a moment when that happens. But yeah, this is interesting. This has been around the time he'd been in certain movies like The Man Who Fell to Earth in the 70s, late 70s, I guess that was, the Nicholas Roeg film he had been in. I know a big movie, Merry Christmas, or is it Happy Christmas, Mr. Lawrence, or Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence?
Yeah, I think, one of them.
From that one really big Japanese filmmaker. I have to look that up.
I'll do it right here.
Who's made a lot of movies, Death by Hanging and other stuff that are really big. I always want to see, but yeah, it's interesting though to see him at
Merry
this
Christmas,
time.
Mr. Lawrence is the name of it. Directed by Nagase Oshima.
Yeah, but I know he's made a lot of big movies as well, but in Japan. But yeah, I think he's really good in this. He's really creepy.
Yeah.
And weird, and I mean, like they said in the like Landis said, there's that scene where all the scenes of him in the movie where he's like got his suits on, he's saying that his wife Deborah Nadoolman was trying to suit him, costume him, and said he was like everything he was in he looked good. And they were trying to make him look bad and creepier, and he's just like, no, he's David Bowie,
right?
And he's gonna look good in anything. But yeah. Richard Farnsworth is Jack Caper.
Well, real quick, let me
go ahead.
About Bowie and some other movies he was in.
Of course, when you talk about Bowie still. Yeah.
Last Temptation of Christ, he obviously played Pontius Pilate in that.
One of the weirdest random appearances in a movie.
I mean, his greatest, most memorable role ever, Fire Walk with Me.
Of course.
Twin Peaks, Philip Jeffries. I always forget he plays himself in Zoolander in like a scene memorably. I don't think I remember hearing that he actually's got some voices on SpongeBob too. It says Emperor Maltazard and Lord Royal Highness in 2007.
Yeah,
voice from SpongeBob.
I do remember that. Yeah,
but yeah, so love David Bowie, and again, he's the scene in particular. We'll talk about it where he's kind of like wrestling around in what is it, like a hotel room, and you got like, was it Abbott and Costello meet Frankenstein's on TV? That is a really just well done and shot scene.
It's
and
very
that's when
dark.
I really remember
It's
it.
one of the most well lit random scenes in a movie I've ever seen. Yeah. So yeah, Richard Farnsworth is Jack Caper. Farnsworth. He's been in a lot of stuff. I think
His big, real, the movie I first associate him with is the Straight Story, which is his is a very later film from him, but like the ultimate old man role and movie and performance.
Yeah.
Also remember him in Havana. Randomly, he has
I think
a role
the
in
thing
that,
I first think of him in randomly and remember him other than this and the Straight Story's Misery.
Oh,
he's in.
yeah,
He's like the
yeah.
sheriff in that. I think that's the first thing I ever would have seen him in. Do you ever remember that time that Misery played on the Weather Channel?
No,
That was in like the 2000s because I guess because it was a snow movie. I don't know, like a blizzard was going on.
The one that'll always take the
Yeah.
cake for me is Titanic being on CMT.
Yeah.
Country music
Yeah.
television.
I just think it's
also
hilarious.
Beetlejuice has also been on CMT. Also,
Yeah. Well, even that, I guess there's a certain rustic pastoralism to that movie that
Do you
would
really-
fit
but-
more.
okay, but Titanic.
No, that's dumb. I mean, yeah, but like specifically the fact that the Weather Channel ever
Yeah.
played a movie.
You think, all right, maybe Twister
or like The Perfect Storm,
Yeah.
but Misery is a little bit of a stretch, but whatever. I mean, like Daggum Airport would make more sense than that.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's in the movie is like I'm gonna forget who some of these characters are. I'll admit, but I do remember that he's like the basically Michelle Pfeiffer is his mistress, and he's this really rich guy who wants the jewels or stones or whatever. And he's only in like one scene. Vera Miles is Joan Caper. That's his wife in the movie. She's been in a lot of different stuff. Psycho is the biggest thing. She was Lila Crane in that. Also in Psycho 2. Tarzan's Hidden Jungle. The Searchers. That's another big thing I'd forgotten about.
Yeah.
She was in. But yeah, she was in a lot of stuff. The Wrong Man. Another Hitchcock movie. Man Who Shot Liberty Balance. So yeah, it seems like she was in a lot of John Ford and Alfred Hitchcock movies.
Yeah.
So
Ford.
Like Extra's probably a big fan.
Hitchcock.
Ford, Hitch.
Yeah.
Irene Pappas as Shaheen Parvisi. Isn't she the woman in the movie that's the Arab
I think so.
or Iranian
I don't remember what exactly she is.
She's like the
but-
Iranian woman
Yeah.
that's like the leader of the group
Yeah.
of whatever, the gangsters,
Think so,
basically.
yeah.
She's only in like a few scenes. Kug Gerliger is a federal agent. He's randomly been in a lot of stuff. I randomly think of him he's the guy that sells Sharon Tate to Testa Ubervilles in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Oh,
he's that guy in the bookstore randomly.
Oh, right.
But he's been in a lot of random stuff. Return of the Living Dead in the 80s. He was on a lot of... He was in The Virginian. He was in a lot of those, like, Western TV
yeah.
shows. Oh, yeah, he was in Nightmare on Elm Street 2. I remember that. That's actually kind of a good movie. A lot of people say that, but... Tangerine, more recently, also.
Sean
Last
Baker.
Picture Show.
Okay.
I did forget. I did remember he was in that, yeah.
Yeah.
And John McClane's McHugh.
Yeah.
John McClane, screw you. Why did I say John McClane? John McClane. John Wayne, screw you.
Yeah.
Catherine
Well, because
Harold.
John McClane loved John
right.
Wayne.
Yeah. Yeah. Really.
Or so no, actually considers himself more of a Roy Rogers guy.
Yeah. Catherine Harold as Christy. I think she might be that woman in the movie that gets killed
On the
drowned,
beach. Yeah.
maybe.
I remember that scene a lot too.
Yeah.
Very brutal scene.
Yeah. She's in that movie, The Hunter with Steve McQueen, Modern Romance.
Mm-hmm.
The Pursuit of D.B. Cooper. Don't forget they made that
Wow,
movie.
it's all connecting
Yeah.
today.
Yes, Giorgio. With, is that,
Almost looks like Dom DeLuise.
that's what
but-
I was thinking, but I think it's Eddie Albert, maybe.
Okay.
And Raw Deal, that
Schwarzenegger.
remake of that noir movie. Isn't
Yeah.
that what that is? Ain't that a remake of that? I'm pretty sure. There is a noir called Raw Deal.
Yeah, I'm not sure if
I've
it
always
is.
assumed that was a remake. I'm not seeing anything here on that about that.
It was a location in North Carolina, Wilmington. It says part of
Yeah,
it.
Castle Hayne. Yeah.
Yeah.
I always assumed that was a remake of that movie. Maybe it's not.
Yeah, maybe. Not.
Okay. Stacey Pickering is Ellen Oken. She doesn't even have a Wikipedia page, but
Yeah.
Art Evans is Jimmy. I don't remember him in the movie. John Hostetter is aerospace engineer, some guy in the movie. All right, let's go through these quickly. We got a lot of cameo appearances from different directors. These are all in alphabetical order. So Jack Arnold is the man with the dog in the elevator. I always remember him being the director of Creature from the Black Lagoon.
Mm-hmm.
Another Whit Bissell film.
Oh, B movies, yeah.
Also, It Came from Outer Space, they name here. Rick Baker as a drug dealer in the
Obviously, he was legendary makeup designer, did American Werewolf in London, which was one of course, Landis's biggest movies.
Paul Bartel, who we've talked about here and there, of course, director of Eating Raoul.
Death Race I think 2000. The first time I ever really recognized Paul Bartel was his role in Amazon Women on the Moon.
At the end of the movie.
And I remember, that guy looks weird.
Yeah.
And then went on we watched Eating Raoul.
Yeah.
Loved that. I mean, that's an awesome movie.
Yeah, and then he's the Beverly Wilshire Hotel doorman. He's in this one. He's in a scene pretty obviously. David Cronenberg, of course. Director of Shivers and Rabid. And obviously Videodrome.
Yeah,
Crash.
I think we've talked about
Naked
Cronenberg
Lunch.
in passing here or there. He's a director that I've actually
Scanners.
really grown to like more and more over time.
Yeah.
And he was making some really fascinating movies around this time too, as well. So.
Yeah, I'm a little more of a Cronenberg agnostic, but I like him okay, I guess. But Jonathan Demme as is that guy in the federal agent with the gun. He's got the glasses on. Of course, director of the biggest thing, obviously, is Silence of the Lambs.
You said something wild earlier. Yeah.
You had mentioned Married to the Mob.
Mm-hmm. He's a good, really good director.
Yeah, love Jonathan Demme. Oh, and of course, Stop Making Sense. I mean, that's one of the big things. Richard Franklin, director of Road Games, which I've always wanted to see. That's always been one of the most randomly interesting ideas for a movie with Stacey Keach, Jamie Lee Curtis. Anyway, he's an aerospace engineer in the cafeteria at some point. I don't know. But yeah. Carl Gottlieb is also another federal agent. Of course, wrote Jaws. Co-wrote Jaws, famous for that. People. Wrote a lot of random different things.
He also he was involved also in Amazon Women on the Moon.
He was one of the directors in
also.
that. Amy Heckerling as the that waitress in that one scene in the movie, director of Fast Times at Ridgemont High. We recently watched that. Really good movie. Jim Henson, we had said, he's in the movie randomly.
What does it say?
Actually, says it's man on the phone talking to Bernie. There's that one scene he's got on like a
tux,
like a tuxedo. Yeah, I think you were thinking of maybe Rick Baker as a drug dealer, maybe. You were thinking of maybe, I don't know. Colin Higgins, writer of Harold and Maude, and also directed Best Little Whorehouse in Texas. It was an actor in the Hostage film that's being made, I guess.
Okay.
Lawrence Kasdan, police detective, interrogator. You remember he's in that scene in the movie where they're interrogating that Bud guy. Director of Body Heat, of course, and
one of the writers of Empire
Strikes Back. Kind of create one of the main screenwriters of Indiana Jones movies.
Yeah.
Director of The Big Chill, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
Jonathan Lynn, director of Clue, because we can't forget.
Yep.
Co-writer of Yes
Which, remember what we said, Landis was a producer of and conceived of in many ways.
Right.
Yeah.
He's the tailor who fits the Savak agent, so he's that guy in the movie that's the tailor, I remember. Paul Mazursky, he's that Bud Herman guy, that guy that owns that beach house. Also a drug dealer, but he's a director, made Bob and Carol and Ted and Alice and An Unmarried Woman. Carl Perkins, rockabilly musician, obviously is that one. He has one of the more memorable people in the movies, like cussing and going on. Yeah. It's funny. General Petrie, director of Raising the Sun, as the director of that hostage film. Dee Dee Pfeiffer, sister of Michelle Pfeiffer, as the hooker. Whatever that means, I guess. Waldo Salt, screenwriter of Midnight Cowboy and Coming Home, both, John Voight-related movies. Derelict, who informs Ed of his car having been towed.
Derelict.
Yeah. Don Siegel, I always forget he's in this. Director, of course, of many things. Invasion of the Body Snatchers, Dirty Harry, Escape from Alcatraz. He's the man caught with a girl in the hotel bathroom.
Yeah.
Okay. Jake Steinfeld is Larry. He was a business guy, I guess, sort of. Jake Caper's bodyguard. Roger Vadim I think he was kind of he's a French screenwriter and filmmaker. Made and God Created Woman and Barbarella.
Yeah.
He's that guy, he's that French guy that's the kidnapper about halfway through the movie, sort of.
Mm-hmm.
And then Lou Marini, saxophonist in the airport crowd.
A lot of people.
Yeah.
Well, and a lot of the reviews we read for this were almost annoyed. It was like,
Yeah.
oh, they got all these big cameos. What,
It's like they
what
were kind
role
of
does that have?
It was kind of
Like,
talking
what's
about the
point?
way that people talk, I think rightfully now, about these Adam Sandler movies, where it's like they just all go hang out and make
Yeah.
a movie.
Yeah.
It seemed like that's kind of like what this was in a way too, but better, obviously. But of like, oh, let's all just hang out together in Hollywood and make a movie and have all my friends in it.
Yeah, right.
It's kind of a similar thing.
Yeah.
But,
So we can use this as a chance, I guess, to first off talk about John Landis, who we did
which
a little bit.
we did, yeah.
a little
so
bit last
we
week.
don't have to overdo it with that. But.
As we said about kind of Bogdanovich was an even earlier version of this, but Landis, no, specifically, it's always easy to remember for me. He was born in 1950.
Yeah.
He was one of the generations raised on television, and his films are very televisuals. A term I remember using. I wrote a paper on him in college that was about the televisual cinema of John Landis. His very some of his first movies take schlock out of this. Something like Kentucky Fried Movie was an earlier version of what Amazon Winter on the Moon, I think, got right a little bit later on, a later version of it. And that was written by the ZAZ crowd, the guys, Zucker and Abrams. And his movies are very concerned with, it should be said, he's mostly made comedy films, especially his height from the late 70s through the 80s. It really the guiding major force of American film comedy in a lot of ways. Is very consumed with this manic chase energy. You think of some of the scenes in Blues Brothers. I mean, there's got a lot of these chase scenes in them. And
the music and the Blues Brothers. And
another thing is, too, music plays a big role in a lot of his movies, too. Right. I mean, whether it be the Blues Brothers, obviously, the B.B. King music in this, and even its ironic uses or juxtapositions in, say, something like An American Werewolf in London, which is not a comedy film, it should be said. It is a horror film.
Think it is.
And he also objects to that classification. Landis, again, not to the extent of
he objects to it being more of a comedy than people say. I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah,
well,
he's like,
right,
no, it's a horror movie. It's not a comedy or whatever.
Right.
And he, I think, represents, in this movie especially to me, represents a very exciting contemporary 80s film comedy of what that could be, in terms of there's a hint or dose of danger to it.
Yeah.
It plays as much sometimes like a thriller as it does a comedy, even though it is quite funny. And again, he works really well with stars. I mean, another one of the most iconic things he ever did was, of course, Thriller, the Michael Jackson video. And he's probably going to be known for that more than anything else he does as the director of that.
Right.
What about John Landis to you makes him stick out in terms of this particular era of American filmmaker?
Well, I think he adds an energy that is palpable to comedies and horror movies too. I mean, the few that he has made, I think that and I say this freely always, An American Werewolf in London is the scariest movie I've ever seen, so it's always interesting to me that people think it's funny. I mean, there are certain things that are intended to be funny.
I think that just adds to the horror of the movie more than anything,
but,
the comedy, that's in it.
Yeah, and I mean, but I think that something like Animal House and Blues Brothers clearly operate in a sense of, nobody's ever put this amount of energy into a comedy before. Obviously, we had seen certain things like that, and he's kind of a proponent of that 60s comedy, like something like It's a Mad, 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 Mad World in a certain sense, or even like what Bogdanovich would do. I haven't even seen it, but like I said, with What's Up, Doc, certain things like that. But I don't know, I guess it's just a sense of wildness, and like I said, connected to TV. I think that's a big part of his movies, and Joe Dante also would do similar things to this. Always stayed more in the horror realm than comedy, but they both, I think, added their sense of their love of for lack of a better term, the schlock,
Yeah.
and trying to make that something that people wanted to see again in the 80s that
Yeah.
they tried to legitimize in a
Right.
way.
Yeah.
And also to legitimize the comedy,
Yeah.
I think, especially the raunchy, kind of stupid comedy
Yeah.
that I think is still very intelligent in a certain sense with a movie like Animal House or Blues Brothers, I guess.
We would be remiss to be talking about John Landis and not at the very least mention the very tragic events of the production of the Twilight Zone movie, which he was involved in, which took the lives of several people, including the star Vic Morrow, but also other people that were involved in it as well. Yeah, children. And that kind of cast this unintentional shadow over some of the chase scenes in, say, Blues Brothers, of how dangerous they feel and how, like, maybe cutting corners a lot of this is as far as the production of them. This was his first movie he made after all that and the court proceedings that happened as a result of that, where he was largely found unresponsible, but the reputation that came from that really damaged for him really for the rest of his life and career. This was his first movie he made right after all that, and it was not a box office success. And you can read in a lot of the reviews a sense of contempt that is still being thrown his way at that. And regardless of whether he was responsible for that or not, at least not directly, that obviously did cast a shadow over the rest of his career.
Yeah.
And even this movie, which again is trying for him to turn a page and move away from that. It was not as critically or commercially successful as a result. But also, this lands in squarely into, we've already talked about it a little bit, and we've talked about some of these movies in the past. Anyways, the whole 80s yuppie and trouble film. You mentioned earlier, Something Wild, I think, is really the apex of this kind of a thing. Also, Beetlejuice, to an extent. And also certainly After Hours, which, as we've said, has a huge cult love and appreciation for it. Where exactly for you does Into the Night fit into that continuum, and as far as what maybe makes it different or a good version?
Well,
of
I
that
think
form?
that Goldblum summed this up really well in his interview about the movie. That he saw the Ed Oken character as somebody that was born in the era of Kennedy and the promise of the space age.
That's why maybe he became an aerospace
right, and
engineer.
that after the death of Kennedy, with both Kennedys in the 70s and everything that and now living in the age of Reagan, which is supposed to be a very positive, presidency and decade, that he's so burnt out by the promise of that era that I feel like that represents something about the 80s that also, that Dennis Lehane, of all people, connected to this with Something Wild, also sort of similar ideas on his Trailers from Hell that he did for that randomly. He talked about the dark side of Reagan America or whatever he talked. But yeah, I think that's what it provides for that. As far as the zaniness of the movie, it's kind of all the Iranian stuff is kind of very, unfortunately, topical to that time of like, oh, okay, that's the way we're going to do all this, I guess, is be kind of,
And Landis himself is portraying
right, and that's kind of weird, and so yeah, there's some things about that I question, but overall, I think what it lends to that type of movie is that kind of Ed Oken.
And do you think in general this whole yuppie and trouble film was this, some more intentionally than others, but trying to be a critique of Reagan-era America?
Well, yeah, like I said, I think some it was intentional. Others it was, like I said, kind of more
just a product of the time. And
coded. But yeah, I think so. I mean, I just got done reading Angels in America, which I think was really a really interesting and pretty great play. And it obviously is very much from the point of view of definitively liberal sensibilities and issues with Reagan America, but there's a great moment in that where Joe and Hannah Pitt are talking to each other, and they're Mormon, Reaganites more or less, and Joe Pitt, who's closetedly gay throughout the whole thing, kind of struggles with his conservatism over the book in relation to that, or the play in relation to that. But there's this great little back and forth that they have, and Hannah Pitt is a Valium addict who also has all these hallucinations, and she's not totally mentally there.
Competent, yeah.
And they're talking about, he's saying, everything's great about the 80s, things are better, and she's like, but I think things are worse than ever, like, and she's talking about how the ozone layer is melting in Antarctica and in the Arctic, North Pole, and there's a random focus in the book on I keep wanting to say the book because I read it in book form, in the play on Antarctica is a concept randomly, but anyway, and just kind of that idea that everything was supposed to be great in the 80s and the morning again in America and whatever, but there was a large contingency of people, even people I think now who wouldn't admit to this, who felt a sense of aimlessness and indirection, and that things weren't all happy and great in the 80s, that they now even would go back and say that they did, even if they didn't. I don't know. Now, I didn't live through that time period, so I don't know. Yeah. But I think that's maybe what this movie adds to that, and something wild also. I don't remember that being as big of a part of After Hours. But,
Yeah. So, that'll do it for our introduction for Into the Night. We're going to play the trailer for the movie and then dive right into it, so stick around.
Ed Okin can't sleep. Every day he has breakfast.
Oh, that's Stan.
Every day he goes to work. Every day he comes home.
You're losing your mind, Ed.
One day he comes home early. That night he takes a drive. And Diana falls into his life.
I have something they want. It's worth a great deal of money.
Let's not do anything rash, Ed. This is just too weird for me.
I was his mistress.
This is ridiculous.
Jeff Goldblum.
Why can't I sleep?
Michelle Pfeiffer.
I'm one of the bad guys.
Into the Night. A dangerous romance. Into the Night. The new film from John Landis.
And here we are. We're back. We actually just realized during the break that today, January 8th, when we're recording this, is David Bowie's birthday. So, happy birthday.
Happy B-Day
to DB. Happy B-Day to DB.
DB Cooper? No.
It's always, I always forget sometimes that Bowie's not his real last name. Is Jones.
David Jones.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Because Duncan Jones, the director. All right, so we're watching the Blu-ray of this. I think Shout Factory put this out. Rated R for just because. I don't know.
Yeah, there's not. This was like we said before they started putting reasons.
All right, so we're hitting play in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The sound of the PlayStation. I've heard that a million times.
Favorite era logo for the Universal. Which again, here's yet another Universal movie for us.
It's like all the satellites surrounding it. Like, yeah, Universal, huh?
Still waiting on that check.
We're seriously not being paid by them. By the way, it's like, I mean, if you're making good movies, I guess.
Yeah.
You know.
I always remember this shot in this opening credit sequence being very memorable. Mm-hmm. Very striking, way to start a movie is through this,
Yeah. By the way,
plane's gonna land.
Might be eating some popcorn through this, so just know I hate it when I hear people eating on a podcast. But as I told my kids this week, I'm doing a podcast, but I don't even really listen to them, so we can break whatever rules we want. Jeff Goldblum, the guy.
Excuse me.
Well,
George Folsey Jr. was credited. He produced a lot of Landis's movies in the 80s, especially.
Nope, we got the song subtitles here.
Yep. Have any B.B. King thoughts or ideas?
No, he's alright, I guess. Yeah. I haven't actually listened to all that much of him.
Yeah, same here.
Roger Vadim.
Yeah, I just couldn't remember. Yeah, King, he died a few years ago now.
Yeah,
May of
hadn't been that long
2015.
ago.
Into the night. And and David Bowie.
And then,
Used cars. How many, David Cronenberg heads or completionists were out there watching this?
Yeah.
Want to see this?
Martin Scorsese probably one of them.
Yeah.
Deborah Nadoolman, of course, the most famous thing she would have done would have been, creating the Indiana Jones
Costume, basically.
costume, yeah. Wow.
Also, though,
Into the Night, indeed.
she designed the jacket Michael Jackson wore in Thriller.
Mm-hmm.
Which, especially on the poster, is very strikingly Michelle Pfeiffer's jacket is reminiscent of.
Yeah, that's kind of a James Dean deal. Her whole poster, or her whole poster.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Ron Coslow, the guy who wrote this movie. Let's see what else he's done.
Into the Night,
I don't
I
have a
think.
Wikipedia page. What did Ron Coslow do to the world? Let's see. Then he wrote on that Beauty and the Beast show.
Okay. That's about it, I guess.
Yeah,
That
there's
Beauty and the
TV.
Beast show, like I've ever heard of it.
The 80s one.
Mm-hmm.
Late 80s. Start off with him and looking in the mirror. Who is he really,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, and I still think Jeff Goldblum is capable of being good and great in things, but it seems like he's, like a lot of actors, like Christopher Walken or certain actors that are so imitated. They seem like they themselves have descended more into mannerism over the years than they were when they were younger.
Right, yeah. Meanwhile, what is he doing? Like,
It's that feeling when you can't quite go to sleep, but your brain's still fried.
I've been feeling like that this week. I guess going back to school and teaching,
Yeah.
it's like I've just been. I know you've been that
Levi
way.
Huffman can't sleep.
Yeah. No, I can. It's just that I feel
Yeah.
like I'm still tired.
Yeah.
Like, no, if I genuinely couldn't sleep, y'all would know about it by now. I would have told you. Because I'd be losing my mind.
Yeah. Oh, her good time buddy, huh?
I love that, like, she had to leave, so she took his food away. It's like, can't he do that
Right.
himself? Like,
Yeah.
but
I just love that morning traffic.
wow.
That guy's probably somebody.
Yeah. All these random people.
Yeah, all their sad
Like,
little lives.
what's she eating? It's like a piece of, like, old hamburger. Like,
And I love all these, how it's all these different radio stations. It obviously adds this kind of scatteredness of all these people are going to this same rat race, but they're all living in their different little worlds or
Yeah.
lives or capsules.
it's like the beginning of Crash, where it's like, we're all just driving around, crashing into each other. You know,
Yeah.
that. I think I actually genuinely like that movie. Kind of a profound moment in a movie that's overall like,
Yeah. Now you're referring, of course, to the
yeah.
Not the Greengrass, but
the Paul Haggis.
Haggis,
crash.
not the
No.
Cronenberg.
Not the man we're going to see in a moment.
No. Quite love the Cronenberg crash.
Brother from Another Planet?
Yeah.
No. John Sayles joint. It's like 1985, by the way.
Yeah. Or if Dan Aykroyd just casually asks people that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna put a bullet in your forehead at the brain hole.
I mean, one of his arguably greatest moments.
Yeah,
I think.
Gross Point Blank, I think.
Yeah.
Well, tell me about it. Well, that's how it starts.
Yeah.
It's like, look how boring all that looks.
Yeah.
Hello, Fielding. Wow.
It was just dawning on me now, just thinking about this. Of course, this is where my brain's gonna go. The way this office structure looks is reminiscent of the way the Daily Planet partially looks in the Superman movies. John Landis would have been an interesting choice to make a Superman movie in the 80s. With Christopher Reeve, Margot Kidder. Gene Hackman wants to work with him so bad. Yeah, I have more of a sense of humor fitting to that than, say, Richard Lester did with 2 and 3, I think.
Well, I was going to say, too, you know, being in that comedy sense that Superman 3 was with having Richard Pryor, I feel like they could have used that. He could have been used better for that.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, Cronenberg's glasses just look like this type of guy so much.
Mm-hmm.
LOL, you ain't paying attention, boy. Oh, I gotta wait for 2 seconds. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like it's almost trying to put us to sleep. Well, this, all these acronyms, like.
What?
That guy. Oh, LOL. Guy's got a bald spot the size of the moon. I don't know if he's laughing at anybody about anything.
His tie.
Well, like getting caught in the seatbelt.
Yeah.
Like.
Got choke slam out of his
How,
shoes, it looked like.
boringly 80s that car looks.
Yeah. The blue one?
No, the yellow one.
Yeah. Got choke slam out of his shoes, it looked like.
Yeah. I like Terry Funk.
Yeah.
Why ain't Terry Funk cameoing in this? Well, it's like Ready to Rumble is like this movie of the wrestling world. It's like everybody's in that pretty much. WCW related anyways.
WCW.
World Championship Wrestling.
Heavy breathing. What are they doing?
Watching WCW?
West Coast Wrestling or whatever. I don't know.
You're like, huh. Thing like that.
You know, all that was just conveyed through that. It didn't have to do anything else. It was just like, that's what it is. Oh, well, right. But this moment, I think about this a lot.
Why would somebody do that? I'm just because, I guess. Oh, look at me.
California.
Yeah.
Lakers. Yeah, there's something awful. Haagen-Dazs. Are you Haagen-Dazs a good day? Like, I don't know. You know?
Yeah.
Like, you understand?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, cool. Yeah.
All right, yeah.
Where you at on strawberry ice cream? Takes, thoughts, ideas?
Nah.
I don't seek it out, but if it's there, I'm like, yeah, all right, why not? It's all right. I've grown to like strawberries more over the years anyways. Slow, defeated music.
Wow.
When did The Fly come out again?
83, I think.
Before this. Okay.
I think it would have been before this. I'm pretty sure. Let me make sure about that. Let me make sure. Let me make sure right here. No, it was after this, 86.
Oh, okay.
So never mind.
Well, maybe hit them. You know,
Yeah, I was wondering if they maybe met
Yeah,
on this and that.
maybe.
Yeah, could be. There's some big Cronenberg fan out there or Fly fan. Restrained mid-tempo
how do you not
music.
know this? Like,
By the way, restrained mid-tempo music.
I love this in movies in general. I've never been to New York or LA, but certain scenes where it's like there's no cars at all anywhere. You
Yeah.
gotta imagine that's a little harder to actually, you know, encounter there. Probably instances that's true, but
In LA, I can believe that
well,
more.
LA's more spread out. Yeah,
but in New York, no way.
Manhattan.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is true about LA. They are more everything more spread out there. It's a horizontal city. New York's a vertical city. There we go again with that restraint mid-tempo.
I mean, we can't get all out yet, you
Yeah.
know? Some stanky guitar on this.
Going on a ride, you know. Where will it take him, though? Nonetheless, he's into the night.
It's funny that he's just like, yeah, I guess I'll just go to Vegas.
He's like, yeah, listen to that bonehead buddy of mine.
Yeah.
Played by Dan Aykroyd.
Dan's got hemorrhoids.
I've always wondered what it was up his butt, and that's what it is, huh?
Wow. He literally barely gets parked, and he's like, all right. Tires squealing. Landis looks so ridiculous in this movie.
Yeah.
Those glasses and the...
He's like mostly. He don't think he really has any lines.
No, because he purposefully made himself mute so that he wouldn't have to do an accent.
Right. That's right.
Yeah. Supposedly, he said in that interview that these actors were like stars in Iran or whatever, and that they're just in this like
these henchmen.
Yeah, and said that they were actually too good of actors to play comedy, so that he had to
refocus things.
He kind of was in it. Was one of those. I think that was part of his
to try to direct them.
Right. So I guess that's part of the reason he did that, but. Wasn't like there was somebody else that dropped out. And it's like, can't you just have 3? I don't know. Like,
but of course, in a movie full of cameos, he can't not cameo himself.
Right. No, I mean he's clearly an egotistical beastard. I mean,
his son, ain't said nothing about him. One of the all times, Max Landis, feel free to look him up or not.
Yeah, I don't.
Everything's a whole affair with them. They can't get their act together. These henchmen.
Just get us out.
Just get us out.
Like, oh God.
This will wake you up real quick. Look, that one guy looked like Alan Moore.
Yeah, with his hair. Yeah.
Even in the face real quick.
Yeah,
he
did, yeah.
Big face.
A big face.
What kind of social life these two have, by the way?
That one guy, I think I've seen him in something before, but I can't remember what it is. Part of me's thinking he might have been in Killing of a Chinese Bookie, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure. Being in L.A., that would make sense. But,
yeah.
Because, movies are made there.
Yeah.
Did you ever know about that?
Yeah, they make a movie.
Go see Cal. Like, what?
How about I don't?
Breathing heavily. Yeah, cigarettes don't help. Yeah.
Like when you want to smoke a cigarette and it ends up killing you?
I think it went to plan.
Yeah.
I mean...
The Marina.
Okay.
Is that Castle Bridge Marina? Like,
what are you talking about, Willis?
Think about how that was such a... There was a time in the culture that was like the biggest catchphrase. Like,
what are you talking about, Willis?
What you talking about, Willis?
Like Wesley Willis?
Yeah.
Like, Jar Jar Binks.
Better than Bruce Willis.
Yeah. You're a stupid little life fool.
I mean, sure. Like, Wesley Willis could have done Butch Coolidge in Pulp Fiction, but Bruce Willis could not have done Jar Jar Binks like
Right.
rap,
Retching. Is that one of your favorite sounds when somebody goes retch?
Yeah.
Like, slow, somber music.
Slow, somber retching.
Like, it's like that part in the Goonies where he's like explaining about how he was like, and I started making these noises.
Yeah.
then I dumped it over to the side. Like, talking about you threw all that fake throw up on those people in a movie theater. Like, Joe Pantoliano and that one guy who was in that What You Talking About Willis movie, Die Hard.
Yeah.
Was in a bunch of other stuff. License to Kill era. What am I talking about?
I don't even know. License to Spill.
Built to Spill. You know, that's a band.
Shoot to Spill.
You ever heard of them?
Yeah.
Built to Spill. If you've never heard of them, email me at Huffman
Jack's
Brothers.
Boat.
Email us at HuffmanBrothersProductions@gmail.com and I'll send you a Wikipedia link about them.
Or you could easily look it up yourself.
No, you got to email me. You got to get the access.
Special access.
This will come here no more.
No more.
No more. No more. No more.
No mole?
Yeah, no moles. I don't care anymore. Literally, that's the most GTA 5 moment of all time, is when he's listening to I Don't Care Anymore. Like,
yeah. The man. Jack, his boat.
guy can come on here no more. No more. So that Jack guy is the Richard Farnsworth character.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm gonna ride my love bug, baby.
Yeah, I'm gonna ride my love bug, baby. Meanwhile,
Girl from Ipanema, the song that Pussy Boppin' Sarah was murdered to.
Was he really?
No, that was Bangles and Beads. That never mind, that
Yeah.
Sinatra song.
It's like, what is going on here? It's one of the most unattractive looking men I've ever seen.
This is his face.
He's so dumb. Like,
he looks like if like Paul Simon was like a big jock or something.
Yeah.
Like mid-tempo bluesy music.
oh, now there's people.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of the more city area, I guess.
Yeah.
This was so confusing about LA, how there's like LA,
Yeah.
right, the city of LA. Then there's like
LA
the
County.
valley.
Yeah.
And that's its own thing. So usually when people think of Los Angeles, sometimes they're actually talking about the valley.
Right.
And that's its
Fernando, yeah.
own stuff.
Yeah.
So that was Don Siegel, right? Was that who that was?
I wasn't even taking a real good look at it.
Meanwhile,
I always remember this scene, just
Yeah.
like the gleeful madcap destruction of all this for no real reason.
that.
Yeah.
Like, why would they do that?
Feeling bad for that guy, but oh well.
No, Don Siegel was later on. It was Waldo Salt was that guy who was a
Oh,
screenwriter of
Waldo.
Midnight Cowboy. And
Yeah.
Coming home.
Who's that?
Meanwhile.
Elvis apartment. As we said, our grandmother on our mom's side was a huge Elvis head.
Kid Galahad, yeah.
One of these days, I'm going to do a deep dive and watch all the Elvis movies. But,
Yeah,
you
that's
know,
something.
That's a good, like, early 40s project, I feel like, you know.
Yeah.
When you need to spice up your life, you know.
Yeah. Organized.
One of these days I'm gonna get
organized. And she's like, I don't get it. And he's like, organized. Like, he's getting frustrated. Like, organized. Like, no.
Playing some Let's Get It On from Marvin Gaye in the
Yeah.
Elvis apartment.
Hey, stop beating around the bush. Hey, y'all.
Hey, ya,
Hey, ya, ho, hey, ya. Meanwhile, water pattering. The photos.
Yeah. Little Everett McGill there, I guess. Was supposed to be. Anyways.
Yeah, really. Well, Bruce McGill.
Well, that's what I mean. They're all related anyways, aren't they?
Yeah,
McGills.
somehow.
Oh, the voyeur.
The life of the voyeur.
That mask that's hanging on the wall, see that?
Yeah.
To the left.
The Elvis thing.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like it's glass or something.
That one Elvis
yeah.
thing right there, you see it?
Yeah. Like, how could you love someone that much?
Yeah,
you know?
it's overkill.
Yeah.
Like having one velvet painting would be way more than enough, you
Yeah.
think, but I was just like, where were you exactly? Just
Yeah,
out
and then this guy
Yeah.
with him, like...
Okay.
What does
Good
that
for you.
mean? She is a terrible experience.
Yeah.
Who is that guy?
Yeah. I don't know.
That's a lot.
$55,000 in the 80s? Oh no. Oh boy.
You didn't know the king.
Jeff Goldblum's eyes were. There's a story there, but I'm not going to ask about it.
What does that even mean?
Yeah, we're into the night.
There isn't time.
We're into the night.
If you can, like. What a bad movie.
Yeah.
House of Games. It's a pretty
Oh,
bad
yeah.
movie.
A mammoth thing.
Yeah. Yeah, because I saw
They're
some
so whatever.
Yeah, random people giving it a low rating. I was like, how could it be that bad? And then I watched it. I was like, oh. I mean, isn't it? It's like 2. It ain't like, terrible or nothing, but
Not all that good either, though.
nope. Meanwhile, they're here. Yeah. The music. Uneasy.
Uneasy.
The King Lives. I mean. Wow.
That music with that shot. Like,
Yeah.
What a vibe.
What's your Elvis opinion?
I don't know. I'm not wildly in favor or against. I'm just like, there's a song here or there I really kind of like, but.
Yeah, I just ain't into it, I guess,
Yeah.
really particularly, but.
A good beard Landis has.
Mm-hmm. It was like that guy driving that,
Yeah.
They didn't remember what he looked
Slow,
like, I
uneasy
guess.
music. Yeah.
Yeah. No, are you kidding? Like, I mean,
why wouldn't I think that?
the weirdest part's the Elvis
Yeah.
stuff, I think.
That Sid Hooker, I guess.
Yeah.
There's Ray Baker, yeah.
Okay. It's funny to imagine that guy, like, made some of the scariest looking
Yeah.
stuff ever,
Kalachek.
So, yeah, this was Daniel Petrie that directed Raising in the Sun, that director.
Okay. I like that this movie's set in L.A., but it's not really about the film business,
Yeah.
but it just kind of is a background
Yeah.
feature.
Gibbs. That's the first one.
Just gonna wander about the film set. You know, this is funny.
Yeah. It's like it took his quarter.
Yeah.
Like Terry Camper. Remember those?
Oh yeah, that logo specifically.
Yeah. This moment, so John Landis.
It's
It's
like
like
classic,
eye roll worthy.
classic JL. One thing we didn't really say about him is that he's got like a lot of ticks and anecdotes that he repeats in a lot of his interviews, like specifically about The Exorcist. He
Oh,
always
he's an
brings up-
atheist, but he always
every time he watches it, he believes. It's like when I watch the Santa Claus, I'm like, I still believe.
It's like you could
that Tim
believe
Allen
it.
is
You
overrated.
could just believe it, you know.
Yeah. It's all fake. It's all artifice, man.
And he's just gonna sit there, like Paul Mazursky there.
I'm just now realizing he's one of the guys. He's on The Sopranos. He's one of the guys that gets shot to death in a card game.
Oh yeah. That is him. I forgot.
So another random director that's in Sopranos.
Kind of looks like Gore Vidal meets like movie producer or something.
Yeah.
You saw Bob Carroll and Ted and Alice, right?
Yeah, that's good.
I always heard An Unmarried Woman is really good.
I've not seen that.
All right.
Okay.
Please don't. I mean,
The Hidden Pocket. God's Pocket.
Yeah.
Directed by
that
John
moment
Slattery.
where Philip Seymour Hoffman's falling over in that, and there's like a car crash sound, and it's like real over the top. Like,
Yeah.
Is that background there from like the Wolfman behind the
Maybe.
window there? She probably lives there. One of the funniest random jokes in the movie. Like, probably lives there.
I'm like, she's into the night. Now, what if you're into the day? I'll see you next Wednesday, by the way. I just saw that. That's a recurring bit in Landis's films. There's a movie called See You Next Wednesday that looks different every time, which is in and of itself a reference to 2001. But
Brothers in arms, brothers in war. Like.
Masters of War.
Slow stress music.
I've never seen subtitles quite as expressive and interpretive as this. And I's an aerospace engineer. I'm not sure
Yeah.
what to do about all this.
Okay. You mean Iran?
Iran, what you doing? You know?
Is that like when the Rolling Stones are late for a
Yeah.
concert
Yeah.
and they're like, they want the Stones,
Yeah.
like the people, you know? Is that, who are those men? Who are they?
Who are these men? This men. Jack Nicholson. Do we continue to flee into the night? Like, I mean, that's one of the bigger questions in this movie is like, will you continue to descend?
Can
into
you
the
help
night?
me get to him? He's a careerist pig.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, one of the all-time great Valkyrie moments, you know.
Top 10 Valkyrie moments.
I feel like I'm going to do that.
Honorable mention. Like,
Do you remember at the end of that movie? We're just going to keep talking about Valkyrie again. Remember the end of that movie where that one guy's on trial and it's like a Nazi tribunal and that guy's wearing the red judge robes and he's like, who do you think that you can rule better than the Führer of us all? Or whatever. He's like real over the top.
Yeah.
The kids thought that was real funny. Because I was like, yeah, the most over the top man of all time. Like, because that's that part where that guy's like, we'll drag you through the dirt in the streets. You know, that whole thing. Take them away. Take them away.
take them away.
So, music moment. Hotel moment.
Transylvania.
You know they're making another one of those.
For real?
Yeah.
How many have they made now already?
I
3?
don't know.
4?
At least I think they are. That's that Jonathan Lynn.
Yeah.
Directed Clue.
I just love that. Oh, there's Bartel.
Yeah, it's coming out on the. There's Paul Bartel.
That's what I said.
Yeah, on the 14th of this month, our dad's birthday. Hotel
Which one? How many is
Transylvania.
it?
So it's the 4th one.
Transylvania, is that what's going? 4.
Transformania. So it's like, I think it's where it's going to be this whole thing where it's like the monsters become humans and the humans become monsters.
Oh,
or something.
I've never seen a trailer for that.
Yeah,
some time ago.
So, yeah.
Money. There you go. Not really. I love in the midst of all this, these Iranians are just like, oh, let's get new suits, though. You
Yeah.
know, why we can't find it. I mean,
Meanwhile-
this is the 80s, you know.
Me. Who is that man? See what I mean? Like, what? A real Sweevy kind of era, you know?
Mm-hmm.
He walks in there looking like that, you know?
Yeah.
Like I don't know, normal person.
Look at that corduroy jacket he's got. Cool.
This is funny where he takes him in here, like.
Yeah, he really doesn't need this.
Yeah.
You know,
Meanwhile, it's supposed to be somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's John Siegel, yeah. I can tell by looking at him,
yeah.
yeah. Meanwhile. Okay.
Good into the night. Anybody else in there? The hobos walk out.
Yeah. Jim Henson.
Yeah. Bernie. Weekend at. Mm-hmm. Oh my God, shared universe.
No. Meanwhile.
Yeah. You know, Landis just had to be in his draws.
Yeah, like. So weird how Bowie just appears here out of
he
nowhere.
always just does, you
Yeah.
know, he just ground control to Major Tom, I mean, as we all know.
Looked like he was wanting to laugh. Like.
Yeah.
But yeah, they said they like just gave him a bigger suit.
Yeah.
And just like, oh, make him look kind of
frumpy.
Yeah. Like one of the weirdest things you could ever do.
Yeah.
Is like put a gun in their mouth.
Yeah.
Like,
Pull the trigger till it goes click.
I don't know. Paul Bartel just standing over there.
Yeah.
The step off
Yeah.
of the like so weird. It's like, where did he go?
Yeah.
You know, it was like he just literally disappeared. Like,
Yeah.
Do you have the stones? Like,
Yeah.
like no, I didn't mean like literally. I meant like, do you have the stones to carry
Like,
this
you have
through?
the cassette, like one of Sticky Fingers
Like,
cassette.
do you have Get Your Yayas Out on cassette? Like that live album. Like, you ever heard of that?
Yeah, I
Like,
forgot that. Do you have Cocksucker Blues bootleg? Like,
wow.
That is really one of the best
Like
things.
a rainbow. You know?
Yeah.
Got flowers everywhere.
Because you're a cocksucker, but you got the blues too. You know what I mean? Like, you're kind of down on
Sure.
yourself, you know. But
Yes.
yes,
Slow, tender music. Because it's like, what does he do now if he
Yeah.
leaves the movie? It's just like,
if it's just about him going back to the office, like
Yeah.
Cronenberg's still mad, like. Yeah, give me some of them Swiss francs. I was gonna take those to the 5 and dime.
slow, tender music. Like
serious.
Like this music has been cooked to the point of tenderness, you know? Like, oh, Ed, you know?
Yeah,
like
classic Ed Oken.
Yeah, like
Ed's at it again. I'll be
Ed Oken. Ed at the Oak Room, like
Ed, smoke 'em if you got 'em oaken. Goodbye. Goodbye, fake wife.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
How we go?
All right, it's time for you to leave.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay.
Goodbye.
All right. Ding. You know?
Ring a ding ding.
You know what I mean?
Called in
like,
the bling.
ding. You know?
Like,
hello.
Like Ding's song.
Right, get in there. Be gone. Like,
Go over and lay down.
Look how quickly she disappears too. All of a
Yeah.
sudden, you know, it's like. Hanging out.
Vibing.
What a weird,
Abode.
ugly apartment.
Will this make your top 10 apartments of 2022 list?
No. Vilba back to the castle.
You can barely hear it.
Yeah. Yeah, our this has actually been pretty quiet, so we might turn it up. It's not all that good of a movie.
Yeah, I've never been that taken with Abbott and Costello myself. What I've seen, I mean, they're not the worst thing ever. I'm just like, I don't know. And I say as somebody who loves the Marx Brothers. I mean, I love other comedy from that era, but
never liked the Three Stooges either very much. I like them better than Abbott and Costello, but
yeah, they're all right. I'm not seeing a whole lot of Laurel and Hardy's to make a determination either way on them. It really is, this is off aside for a second, but it really is amazing to me how great a lot of silent film comedy is when you can just take out, not have such a vital resource in sound and it still be hilarious and so insightful and, well done.
Yeah. And then this is like as in...
I do like to have Chevy Chase movies on, mute.
Yeah.
So in his own way, he continues the tradition.
Now, this as in Abbott and Costello, no.
Yeah.
This means they got sound and they still couldn't do it,
Yeah.
It's like, who's on first? Like, I don't give a Like, that's all I have to say, Like, what is that?
Yeah.
Why are there so many TVs with this one movie on?
Yeah. Yeah, whatever. How massive this whole apartment is.
So,
what's going on here?
But yeah, that was a whole thing around that time when the Universal Monsters stopped, wanting to be kind of pseudo serious, and it all just became
in the 40s
comic book movies, basically. Yeah, they made a couple movies with Abbott and Costello.
Yeah,
they did The Mummy, Invisible Man, or two more. Well, Sweaty, Shveddy,
Sweaty Dave,
Shveddy Bowie. Well,
much for him.
I'm surprised he took all these people like that,
Yeah. She's trapped in between them.
And then, of course, he's putting them fighting that music or the sound effects, rather, over that. Until he wanted that to be the shot of the movie.
Yeah.
And it's like, yes, whatever. Meanwhile...
Hey, guys, I just want to kill him. I don't care what all this is about, but...
It's a weird shot.
Yeah.
Where that was like from below like that. Meanwhile,
they're
not ever in the movie again either, are they? I don't think, or it shows here what happens, I guess. But oh yeah, they both. Yeah. Jack Arnold. of Creature from the Black Lagoon fame.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Whit Bissell starring in moment, you know.
Who can forget?
Whit Bissell was in both of those I Was a Teenage, blah de blah movies. This part where they shoot the dog here is just like, wow.
Oh, you couldn't do that now. Like,
yeah,
be canceled. Like,
it's just so shocking. It's like, what? Like, meanwhile, tires squealing, screaming, you know, like
shaking.
That's a bad outfit. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
To be honest.
He says that, goes in reverse, and the gun goes off. Like, you know. Like.
I mean, yeah, I could have said it better myself, you know.
I always forget about that guy, you know. He's like, F this. That's honestly one of the funniest moments in any movie ever. Like. He's got that beret on too, you know. Like,
yeah, he's got a whole backstory. You can tell all the places he's been.
Me to my students when I'm passing out something,
yeah,
and they're like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Shut up, be quiet." I don't do that, but I do say "shut up" every so often. I was like, "Shut up," like. And they're like, gosh, like they're offended or something. I'm like, you literally talk while I'm talking.
All
like,
the time.
Yeah, all the
Yeah.
time. Like, yeah. So, what, you know, whatever. That moment is kind of a low-key offensive where it's like all these people screaming in foreign languages.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
Can you
like,
at least tell us what it is? Like, I haven't said much about it, but this transfer looks really good, I think.
Yeah.
Like, wacky. Like, Michelle
this is some
Comedy.
wacky stuff. Like,
well, this guy, he needs his own spin-off comic. Are we shipping them?
Ships. I hear my kids say that sometimes. Like, don't ship these people. I'm like,
yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I mean, I know what it means, but like,
yeah,
stop talking.
Yeah.
You know,
like that Don Draper.
Yeah,
Or something.
like,
Stop talking. Like,
yeah. Stop cursing.
Yeah.
Or why are you cursing, Amy Heckerling?
Her big moment.
I mean, Amy.
Is it her shared universe?
What, eating ice cream? Because I made you eat ice cream. No, it's mainly because you're frankly a sociopath.
Yeah.
You know, like, I think that's the main problem.
Yeah. In the top 3 problems.
Top 3 problems with Problem Child.
Mm-hmm. Like top 3 problems with Don Draper in season 5.
Remember the ending of Fast Times at Ridgemont High? It has that Oingo Boingo song you don't hear very often. It's like, goodbye, goodbye, or whatever. It's like real weird. It's like, what? Like,
Indeed, goodbye.
Indeed, goodbye. Yeah. Really good soundtrack, that movie. Where's that part where there's that, like, there's that black kid that one guy's driving around with, and he just like off the cuff, just like, I like sex. Like it's like what? It's like okay, like he's a bad man. Is that guy secretly her in the background with that coat? Like, evolved.
It was a
But was it a daggum finch from the Galapagos? Like, what are you talking about? Like HMS Beagle era? Like. How long? What? How long have you been planning on doing this? As SpongeBob would have told us. Must be one of those Go Set a Watchman era, like kidnapping, forceful publishing of information kind of,
kind of vibes.
He's like, oh, what do you do? It's not. Doesn't? Mm-hmm. He's like, huh? Like. I mean, isn't that where people go? I mean, literally go to an airport and hang around. It's just like,
there's probably some old biddy trying to
and you can stop that, like,
Double feature this with airport, like airport mishaps.
Meanwhile,
that smooth jazz
at Paul Mazursky's abode,
his sex pad.
I mean, I like sex. Like, okay, like.
You remember him?
I woke up in a great mood. I don't know what the hell happened. Yeah, he's that guy that got.
But he's like, But he's like talking like them when they're robbing them.
Yeah,
like,
and they just blew him away and killed him.
It was like Jackie Jr.'s crew.
Yeah,
and he's like, what does he say? He's just like, victory has 100 fathers, but defeat is an orphan. And he just keeps talking. They just shoot and kill him.
Yeah, I do remember what he looked like in that now, yeah. It's funny how it's like she keeps talking about how cold it is in L.A. It's like, it'll be that cold. I mean, probably that time of year, maybe it's a little bit cooler, but for them, it's probably
you see
like
people on Twitter in L.A.
60.
If it's like 50 degrees, they're like bundled up AF, like.
What a freak.
What a weirdo.
Well.
And you just got back, so this movie isn't totally one night, basically.
No.
Which is,
it's not into the...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh no, the king is dead.
Charlie?
Foreboding music.
Well, it's like if you think about it, the first Terminator movie is like, starts early in the morning, goes into the next day, then there's a night there, then there's another day. So it's like over 2-3 days.
Yeah.
Second Terminator movie is about the same,
Maybe
I think.
like loosely a week.
Yeah.
A little longer, maybe. They go back and forth to Mexico. So.
Where's my brother? Your brother as well. Where is he?
Director of Barbarella, you know?
Yeah.
Like, okay.
If you come with us, choice.
Battery draw. Oh no, not the Emmy.
Why would they be doing that?
Yeah,
you know?
just because. Yeah. Ripping the TV apart.
I would be doing that at this point, you know?
Yeah, take it out on the door, you know.
A seal, like...
Yeah, everything's just so, we got to do it right now, like,
Yeah.
smash through, like, fast food America, I tell you. Even though it's like 80s.
And it's
Iranian.
like Iranians, yeah,
Yeah.
fast food Iran, I
Yeah.
guess.
Be a good name for something.
You see that movie Fast Food Nation?
I've not seen it, I know of it.
I read... Or I
Hey,
don't
come
know.
here, watch this.
I don't know if I've seen it either. And they just watch it happen.
Well, I guess they're paralyzed by, oh no, bad, but like, you know, but they're still not helping it, but situation.
This shot is real weird.
Mm-hmm. Like, you know, what practical purpose does killing her have?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know. They don't either.
Yeah.
Colin Morris was a superb man. He told me that you were also very good. Colin Morris? The Englishman? Yes, the Englishman. He worked for you? Colin was my employee, yes. And what was your name, sir? When I gave you the stones, you were
And what was your name, sir?
I'll need you to appease Shine.
Huh? Was this Dune now?
Yeah.
Like Shai Hulud? What? Like
Yeah, the sand people. You know, the sand ones, you know? You imagine Tony Soprano's like, you know, the sand ones or whatever the F, like, you know?
the free men, whatever. Yeah. What, Mr. Oaken?
Mm-hmm.
You mean Mr. Oaken? You mean like
Sir.
Sir? Jimmy Dean, James Dean, rock on. Have we ever talked on here about the Jimmy Dean, James Dean?
I don't remember when, but we
how
have.
we will take like Jimmy Stewart, James Stewart,
Like, any
like,
shortened version of
yeah,
something
like-
and make it.
Or it's Kaz in there.
What happened? Where's Christy? She's not here, okay, Diane?
I not found the
P.W.
body
Herman.
yet.
P.W. Herman.
What's going on? I just came to pick up my coat. What coat? My beat down coat. I loaned it to Christy. She told me to pick it up today.
That's, yeah, casting, you know.
There it is over there. Will you get her out of here? Wait a second. What the fuck are you clowns gonna do about this?
Cocaine.
Cocaine.
Cocaine 'em.
I don't either.
Yeah.
By the way, same year as Pee Wee's Big Adventure, so Herman.
PW?
Herman. PW Herman.
Yeah. Paul Wazerski Herman, you know.
Huh?
Say what?
Oh, I gotta put my gun away.
Bonehead said what? Like,
Yeah.
no, gotta play like a little kid. Like, I'm just here hanging out. One, two, three, four.
Ooh, oh, like, apartments.com. Change the world. Babe. Upbeat, like
Yeah, we're now steering this ship.
yeah, like
you know?
we're into the night, baby.
Yeah.
Even though it's like the day.
Yeah, middle of the day.
Your driver,
Yeah.
era.
No,
we ever talked about that?
we've done that too. Yeah.
Have we?
Yeah, way back when. I
Alright,
remember.
alright.
Syriana,
Alright, don't kill me.
I think.
Yeah. Please, don't kill me.
Remember the Syriana era of the pod?
Yeah. No. I ruined the silk blouse. Must have been awful for you.
Get some of that sleep. Into the nap time.
Into the nap.
But now he's been made alive.
That daggum house.
Yep.
Is in everything. Godfather, most
Jerk.
notably, The Jerk. This movie.
Other things. But yeah, it is famous for being shot. A lot of things shot there.
Yeah. They sell
What's
it
hilarious
every
is
day,
in the
it seems
Godfather
like.
shots is that they, literally they had body doubles for Duvall
Right.
and what's his name?
John Marley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you notice those shots are farther away.
I've never thought about that, but yeah.
I've heard Coppola say that in a commentary before.
So yeah, I guess where they filmed it in the house, it wouldn't even have been that house, I'm guessing then, right?
Yeah, it's probably sets, yeah.
And they would have, probably literally went there, filmed that stuff real quick, and then left.
So I think most of the movie was shot in New York.
Mm-hmm. Pawn Stars has really gone downhill as of late. Like the History Channel in general.
Yeah, well, they've been doing that for 15,
about 20 years, yeah.
Any interesting drugs.
But anyway, on there now they use they have these little things where Rick will be like, Charlie Chaplin was a person. It's like, okay, it's
He
like
just
real
spouts off.
Yeah,
all
it's
this.
just like stuff that I know, I get it. We know a lot about movies and history and stuff. But I'm just like, yeah, I know literally everything you just told me. I knew. I literally learned nothing.
And we've talked about it too. Usually the people that are being told that are just nodding and standing there, like, okay, but I just want to sell it. I don't really care about any of that.
Who's this? Ed Oken, you know.
Oh,
you know Ed.
No, Mr. Oken. Well, his team made it out all right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's just like,
Okay.
Okay, Larry. Good old Larry.
Sprinkle.
Get him into the night.
Yep. Shaheen. He said it.
Escrow, one of my favorite words.
Well. He just remembered he has a wife. Y'all have your little moment.
Have your little parting
Yeah,
glance.
a little, Pfeiffer Farnsworth moment.
Yeah.
I was thinking that there's that Key and Peele sketch where they're like talking about, I think, the various, that like recurring little sketch they do of like the two parking lot or the two, and they like talk about random things, and they're like talking about the Batman movies or something. It's like Michelle Pfeiffer.
Yeah. You go, oh, did you see that? Yeah. Like, all right.
By the way, need some wheels. For you want. Imagine Farnsworth driving that around. Ferrari.
Yeah.
Like. Into the night.
See you into the night.
I think every scene should end with them saying that in a roundabout way.
And then the music goes into the night and ends.
Buckaroo Banzai himself. Well, he was
in it, but upbeat. Like, all right, look out.
I know this is controversial. Didn't care for that at all. Just because,
Why would it even matter? They've got enough,
Yeah.
Like,
just because I'm taking her car. Whoops.
Okay.
Yeah.
Racist 80s, as
Yeah.
always. Zestful music. That's an all-time right there. Zest. Like,
extra years of zest.
I don't even know what I was gonna say. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows how into the night we are.
The guy on the right there looks like a friend of yours.
Yeah,
I
I've been thinking that this whole time. Yeah.
Meanwhile,
let's just chill here with our pistachios.
well, the Lucy Dacus song. Yeah.
I guess you're gonna have to.
Farmers market era.
Mm-hmm.
Think about like all the people, Ed Oken's like wife and his like co-workers. Like, where's he at?
Yeah.
Like, it's like, been missing for like a whole day basically now.
Yep. Very fine price.
Mighty fine price.
Ah!
Good faith. Ohio.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
All she wants is the money and no more trouble. That's all she wants. Just what was promised her and the assurance of her safety. What about you? I'm just a friend.
A friend? Of Jack Caperston? You drive his car. What do you want?
She said she'd split the money with me.
All this risk for $12,500. No, please.
No, of course not.
Then what?
The last thing you believe is anything close to the truth. The truth is, I'm not sure I know. Somebody had to help her. I just happened to be in the wrong place at the right time.
How much did Mevy offer you?
The French guy, we rejected his offer.
$25,000 is nothing. I do not understand.
Yeah, I'm directing this scene. Like, okay.
Then when I see Diana, we'll call and tell you the location of the other 3 stones. It's simple.
Too simple.
Why? What is it? What's wrong with our plan?
There has to be a catch, a trick. I do not trust your plan.
Well, I think it's a very good plan. Come on, time's running out. Escrow's closing.
Did Jack Caper tell you that?
Yes, that's right. I'm Jack's son.
Son?
Illegitimate, but someday it'll all be mine. You and I might be doing business, going out to lunch. All right, okay, fine.
All right, all right.
Diana's CIA, I'm on Her Majesty's Secret Service. We've got the place surrounded. I'm really from immigration. We thought you might have some illegal aliens working around here.
How many times are you going to change the story?
Yeah.
I'm actually the chairman of the committee to re-elect the president. I was hoping for a substantial contribution.
Creep.
I don't know what to believe, Jack. Look, either you've already lost everything, or you have to take a chance on me.
Hmm?
Neither of us have much to lose.
So Jack Nicholson's here. Like, oh, okay.
Oh, okay, cool.
So, all right, excuse me. I gotta go talk with him about a movie deal. Like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
If he's still there, you better let him go if you ever want to see those stones alive. Again.
And then she just comes back like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
What?
Do the thing, you know.
Bang.
It's like in GTA when you kill somebody and the money just falls out.
Yeah,
It's
like,
like falls out of
yeah.
the corpse.
I promise if I'm followed, I'll go straight to the police.
Maybe I can buy me a mattress with this that puts me to sleep.
Sounds like it'll take every one of you to retrieve the stones. They can be scattered all over the city.
When can we expect school?
When everyone's safe.
Never stepped foot in an airport in my life.
I haven't either. Thrilling music.
Ooh, it's getting thrilling. This is thrilling, thrilling music. You know, as the old song goes.
Yes. Yes. Oh! Getting tired, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, it's into the night.
Yeah.
No, actually, it's like 3 in the afternoon. But as we said earlier, I mean, it all lines up.
If you're listening to this in one continuous session, it'd be like
Yeah.
5 or 6 or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, if you're into that. Here he is.
Oh, you're talking about in the morning?
What do you mean?
What do you mean 5 or 6? Like
No, well, earlier when we said that, it was, oh, you're probably listening to this 3
Oh,
p.m.
right,
to
yeah.
be.
I'll have to make the call. Fuck him, do it from Mexico. No. It has to be done now. I want it over with. The flower market downtown, the Giacomo Roses, it's waiting for you. It's in her name. Wait.
It's funny, they get all the way in there and then
This guy just mind his own business. Whoops.
Tougher Grace looking guy there.
Yeah.
Guy with the hat.
Not the big yellow hat, though.
I'm afraid our passengers have to get off the airplane at this time.
Just wait it out in here. It's so much more comfortable out there.
I'm very sorry, sir. Rules are rules.
You gonna just shoot us dead straight up with him? That don't look weird at all, right?
Yeah, like
that guy.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
and all the gang's all here.
Indeed. Oh, all these gunshots here.
Dante.
Demi.
Oh, that's why I meant Demi, yeah.
When this guy gets got here in a second. This one, like,
yeah.
That's just like, wow. And then Landis goes down.
I mean, if I came here in my own movie, I'd make sure I died a violent death too. No lie. No JK.
That one guy's death was just straight up insulting.
Yeah.
It was just like, wow. Yeah.
So what if he's getting out of it?
He's just like, you know. Yeah, he ain't gonna get out of it, I don't think.
Big shot, huh? You got a gun, now what? Shithead. You.
Yeah.
Let me ask you something. Maybe you can help me. What's wrong with my life?
It's like that scene in that
You want a
movie.
list?
Why is my wife sleeping
Too Late with John Hawkes, where he's like, I need to change my life after all them people kill each other.
Yeah.
You remember that? Well, you
Yeah,
haven't seen
yeah.
that movie, I know.
Yeah.
I've seen you that. We need to watch that.
Yeah, I'd like to see it.
It's not good, but wow. Literally, like, wow.
Yeah. It's a piano exit for the ages.
They're like, get over here. Like,
Get over here.
Get over here. He's like, she. Like, you know?
It took me forever
Yeah.
to know that's the same guy.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Come on, get over here. In West Baltimore, she. One of these days, I'll watch The Wire.
It's a great show.
I watched half of the first season. Honestly, got to that scene where they were like saying the F word a million times, and I was like, I'm good. Like, stupid.
It's like I work in a middle school. I don't need to see this.
Okay.
There's Gottlieb there, and
Demi.
Yeah, the you know the squad.
Hey,
I think The Wire is absolutely about as great as everybody says it is. Not quite as good as The Sopranos, but really great.
Yeah.
Oh, what's all this?
That guy. I think it's always real weird when things like this happen. Cops just are like, don't want to clean you up. They just leave all the blood all over you.
Yeah.
Just like, whatever. It's like, you deal with it.
The whole scene in Licorice Pizza, you know, where he gets arrested and then
Yeah.
they figure out it wasn't him they're looking for. They literally just kind of leave him there
Yeah.
and take the cuffs off and don't say a word. Like,
Like, why?
All I know is that this money's clean and I'm supposed to give it to you. Why? For what? Someone very important was that kid. It's $750,000. Right there. All this money is for us?
Like, you a-hole.
Yeah.
You a-hole.
Not to leave this room. That's you on your own.
Get out of here. Like,
go on, get out of here.
get over here. Imagine him as Scorpion.
Yeah.
Get over here. Like, you
Been a
know.
better movie. Yeah.
Fatality. Here he is. It's like almost like you're like thinking back over the whole movie and you're like, that was the same movie as
Yeah,
this?
right.
Like, it's like very effective use of that. Like, the money.
I didn't push aside the money. That's even reminiscent to the No Country for Old Men.
Yeah, Satchel.
Satchel. You can get that sleep now.
Ramada Inn.
Mm-hmm. They realized that the right one's been there all along.
Yeah. You know?
Yeah. Go see Cal.
Yeah.
Go see Kyle. She like, really are into the night.
Noise pollution.
Mm-hmm.
Government man. Scared.
Government product. Sniff it like. What?
I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
I don't know either.
Ramada and keep golden lights.
You say that as if I know what it means.
Yeah, well, I mean.
Sometimes I just say things,
Yeah.
you know.
Sounds like a middle school problem.
Yeah. You should say that to a kid who asks a question. Just like, hey, I forgot my book in another classroom. That sounds like a middle school problem.
It's one of my favorite stories you've ever told. One time somebody said, "Oh, I left my binder over here or something," and you were like, "What do you want me to do about it?" Like,
I don't think I'd say that to a kid now, but yeah, that caught me at a random moment. I don't know. I was just like, okay, so what? Like,
She's at Milky Blonde woman? The lady. Saw her? See. Yesterday. Clean your room now.
like, let's go.
let's go wherever.
Like, let's go have some road games.
Yeah.
Like, what? You know, like.
He needs
Wow.
to shave. You gotta love any movie that ends with
I mean, Oh, remember him? No.
barely. Not till they made me.
He's like, wait, this is my moment? Like,
My all-time favorite, like, final credits, like, goes cast member to cast member is always in Kill Bill 2 when it cuts to
and it's him
Carradine
dead.
like
Yeah.
dead. It's just like
That's
Bill
funny.
and just
Yeah,
like his
I always
dead
thought
body.
that's funny, yeah.
What times? I love always. They're like, what times we've
I think
had.
I think the worst one I've ever seen is in Predator.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, Predator's not really good anyway.
Yeah.
So.
Like, spot the difference.
Yeah. No, Jim Henson in there at all? No. So Into the Night. Any new thoughts?
It's somehow I like it more every time I see it. It's kind of shocking, but no, that is really good.
Yeah, I agree. Savik. They just all get the
Savak.
same. Savak. Girl on boat. Male derelict.
Second, I thought
Female
I was gonna say
derelict.
Girl on crack. I was gonna be like, what?
Beverly Wilshire Hotel doorman. Man on phone, Jim Henson. Colin Morris, David Bowie. Bud Abbott, Lou Costello, Count Dracula, Bela Lugosi credit.
Yeah, wow. Lady in Waiting.
But yeah, still pretty little great movie. I'd still say, well, what do you think John Landis's best movie is? I I'm always tempted to say maybe Animal House. It's
I
between
think-
that and maybe Blues Brothers,
Yeah.
or this. Or,
Yeah.
But also, I mean, American Werewolf in London's up there too. So
I think it's between Animal House and the Blues Brothers. Probably Animal House.
yeah, this is my favorite. I know
Yeah,
personally.
yeah,
but
probably.
So yeah, we'll go ahead and hit pause on that. So that's Into the Night from 1985. Hey, not Dave. Dave. Jeff.
The hell's that?
I don't know. Dave Thomas from Wendy's fame. I don't know. He's frequently in my thoughts and prayers, I guess. Dave, rest in peace. No, Jeff, what have we got next week?
Stay tuned for scenes from our next episode.
It's been a long time.
Yes, ma'am. A lot of water under the bridge.
Some of the old songs, Sam.
Yes, ma'am.
Where is Rick?
I don't know. I ain't seen him all night.
When will he be back?
Not tonight no more. He ain't coming. He went home.
Does he always leave so early?
Oh, he never. Well, he's got a girl up to the Blue Parrot. Goes up there all the time.
You used to be a much better liar, Sam.
Leave him alone, Miss Elsa. You bad luck to him.
Play it once, Sam. For all time's sake.
I don't know what you mean, Miss Elsa.
Play it, Sam. Play as time goes by.
Oh, I can't remember it, Miss Elsa. I'm a little rusty on it.
I'll hum it for you. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-dee-da-da. Sing it, Sam.
You must remember this. A kiss is just a kiss. A sigh is just a sigh. The fundamental things apply as time goes by. And when two lovers woo, they still say I love you. On that you can rely. No matter what the future brings as time goes by.
Sam, I thought I told you never to play.
So you heard it here first.
We'll make it our business.
Yeah. I don't think we're gonna have that scene in there, but yeah.
Yeah, no, but
you got
those listening will know if they got it this far.
Yeah.
I don't think they listened all the way here. But
Casablanca from 1942, and looking about the release date of this movie is kind of, I know it premiered in 1942, but I think it got a slightly bigger release in early 43, but you know, of that period. Directed, of course, by
Michael Curtiz.
Michael Curtiz, starring, of course, Humphrey Bogart. Was Ingrid Bergman,
Paul Henry, Peter Lorre, Sidney Greenstreet, Conrad Veidt, Claude Rains. Other people.
Good movie. That Casablanca, you know, just like it's you know, it's coming back. People are finally stopping and saying, you know what, this is a winner. You know, like, this is pretty good.
It's not like it won Best Picture and has been hailed as one of the greatest movies ever made.
Did it win Best Picture?
Yeah.
Did it? I didn't know what Academy Awards it had won. I'm not surprised it did. I just didn't know that for sure.
For a second, I thought you were joking. I was like,
Casablanca, thoughts?
It's good. You should see it. I mean, like I said, I just rewatched it.
It actually did win Best Picture.
A couple weeks, like about a month ago, I guess.
And won Best Director, Curtiz.
And it would make me laugh to say something like, you know, every time I see that, it gets better because it's so good. But watching that with the kids during lunch, I mean, and they were relatively into it, I think. I mean, just watching it again, even like I said recently, especially in the moment that it, I mean, and it's set very obviously in like the first week of December of 1941.
Yeah.
Like, you know.
Yeah. Just prior to the Japanese bombing of Pearl Harbor.
And so it, you know, it's very obviously it come out the next year. They had already been wanting to make it. But I think that adds a whole other, you know, and the movie acts as a little bit of a metaphor in that sense of, America as an isolationist in the form of Bogart, and him finally making the decision to help out his friends instead of himself, and to go into the. I think is a statement in it that I hadn't considered until recently, which seems kind of obvious, but
there's a lot packed into the French character. What's his actor? Claude Rains' character about France at that moment as well.
Yeah.
France being now this occupied, not just France in Europe, but French territories as being these occupied places, and the sense of appeasement in many ways he's trying to pursue, and having a sense of dignity and self-respect, but ultimately knowing that he's beaten to the drum of these German bosses of a sort. Without hyperbole, of course, one of the greatest films of all time, one of the greatest films ever made. I always like putting that and Citizen Kane kind of side by side, because both represent some of the best films, of course, ever made, but particularly at that moment.
Yeah.
And both represent how Hollywood cinema could be great in wildly different ways. Of course, Casablanca is seen as the very height of the studio system of what studios could produce at that level of, it being kind of auteurless. I mean, Curtiz certainly has a style about himself, but all the studio influences that go into it.
As William Friedkin said before on the when he was on the Movies That Made Me, he made a big deal about Michael Curtiz was a. It sounds almost like Trump or something.
Yeah.
Michael Curtiz, who was a filmmaker without much of a. He just made movies. He didn't have to be an auteur, or whatever.
But then Citizen Kane represents a little bit more of a transgressive, a little bit more of a new style of cinema that's on its way with Orson Welles. I mean, I don't know what else to say. We're going to talk about it at length next week. I mean, it's a movie that when I first saw, I liked, but I was a little slightly nonplussed by it. The second time I saw it a few years later, I was floored by it.
Yeah.
And there's a reason why it is, again, considered one of the heights and one of the greatest films of all time in many ways.
And I think one aspect I'll leave us with on it, I think that works so well about it, is the screenwriting is just on another level, and the characters in the world that I feel like back then it was old Hollywood, classic Hollywood had a real handle on creating a world.
Yeah.
I mean, and it could do it so quick and so fast, and the camera would move so expeditiously, and there would be characters introduced in one moment, and
there's such economy to it.
So masterful. I mean, they really knew how, because that's one thing I'll admit, get a little. I haven't done this as much as I've gotten older, but when I was first getting into movies, I liked older movies, but I saw them as, they feel very industrial, and they still do to a certain extent, and you can tell that about certain movies, that they were all made in a studio, and it's kind of just like, they do this and they do that. But and in comparison to newer movies, which were more shot on location, but we've kind of gone back to that now, strangely, where now we're back in the studios all the time doing green screen crap. And there's no good actors alive, we have Tom Holland now. That's what we've got. Who's doesn't even know who Pedro Almodovar is.
I mean, many are saying he's the next Humphrey Bogart.
Yeah,
Tom Holland.
Yeah, but he doesn't even know who that is. Who's that?
Yeah,
but idiot. Anyway, screw him, as Roger Sterling was like. Sterling, rather. But when you watch that, though, and you see, like you said, there's a sense that maybe sometimes it feels like they're just making a movie, and it feels very, set, but then you watch it move of the great movies, and there are other movies like Third Finger Left Hand. I know that's the movie we always pick on that we've never seen, but movies like that, or like Yankee Doodle Dandy, for example, a movie like that, that's just film, it's not good really all that much at all, just kind of a useless, patriotic movie, whatever, But whereas something like Casablanca is not only about something, I mean, it's about America in certain ways. Of it has, Bogart as our American avatar, right? But it's so much about Europe and Morocco and Africa and all the, it's about so many other things, and it finds a way to pack all of it into literally an hour and 40 minutes. That's how long that movie is. It really is crazy that they were able to make a movie that expedient, and that it just moves so effortlessly. Everything about it is, it's all so pristine and so precise, but it feels so like back then, and like you've said, why that maybe is the best era of movies is because even when they would be like, oh, we'll just do that, it's like the best thing ever, and they were just like, oh, well, whatever.
In a weird way, what worked to Hollywood's advantage back then is they just made so many movies.
Right.
And so while there are scores of movies that have been falling through the cracks, and it's just one of those things when you have people working in that craft in that way, you're just going to get a higher volume of great things. And also films were not ancillary to other things. The film was the film.
Yeah.
That's what it was about. It wasn't, even at that point, it wasn't even totally about selling music. Yeah. It wasn't about selling toys or action figures or video games or apps or whatever.
Or backpacks.
Yeah. It was about... Yeah. No, I would have loved to have seen a Casablanca backpack in the day. Or a lunch pail,
Well, it's like those Sony hacks where it's like water bottles, backpacks. Yeah. It's like... No, and I've always said movies began as out of greed. That's what it's always been about. That's what the industry's always been about. But there seemed to be a time when, like anything, the product was important to people, at least.
Yeah.
Because they knew that they needed to get people in the door. Now it's a whole other thing.
Yeah.
But
so
everyone knows this.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
And again, it'll be towards the end of this year, but Casablanca will be celebrating its 80th anniversary even into 2022. So, yeah. I'm guessing probably most people who have listened to this podcast have likely seen Casablanca, but if not,
especially
check it out with us.
Third Block Lunch Crew.
Yeah. So, you did the Lord's work showing middle schoolers that. So that's it for this week. This is Kyle.
This is Levi.
Take care. God bless.
Into the night, right here.
Here's Cal Worthington at his dog Spot.
If you need a better car, go see Cal. For the best deal by far, go see Cal. If you want your payments low, if you want to save some dough, go see Cal, go see Cal, go see Cal. Any model, any make, go see Cal. Give your pocketbook a break, go see Cal. Save some money, save some time, save a nickel, save a dime. Lower prices every time, go see Cal.
Thank you very much. So nice. Goodbye.